Buckle up, ladies and gents. This is gonna be a wild one. This is the transformation story of a car that we've nicknamed Betty White, a 1990 Ford Foxbody 5.0 Notchback that spent her life in the Carolinas. Other than a few 90s era bolt-on upgrades, Ms. White is about as close to the way she rolled off the assembly line in Dearborn, Michigan back in the 90s. We've been tasked with a whole host of age-related defects that need tending to, as well as some very tasteful modifications. Follow along as we bring Betty out of retirement and get her back out on the strip. Well, Betty White, it's just me and you, old girl. Let's have some fun. We got a whole table of party favors here that Betty White's just dying to get thrown at her. I'm gonna see how many bad Betty White jokes I can squeak in this video. So we got a whole laundry list of things to tend to. We do have a somewhat limited budget. So what we're gonna do here is try and work our way through as many of these things as we can on this limited budget. So what I've actually, I guess I kind of started without you here, folks. Nothing earth-shattering, but I have pulled the fan shroud and the fan off of this car to give the water pump bolts a little spray of lube. I have also put a little bit of lube on these top strut bolts because these are two of the things we're going to be tending to. So we've got full shocks and struts to put on this car. We've got a water pump. We've got an alternator. We've got a smog pump delete. Oh boy, what else do we got? We got lots of fluid flushes. Well, these look like they're gonna be fun. Oh, holy smokes. You know, just to give us the best fighting chance here, let's hit these with a little weasel piss. Oh, these don't look like they've been off in quite some time. So these old Tokiko struts were quite the item back in their day. And I can't help but think that they were probably put on way back in the day too. I mean, probably back when this thing was dang near new. Okay, so we're going to get this guy out of the way. Oh, nobody farmer tighted those. That's always a good sign. Definitely need some new lube. They got anti-seized. Ooh, that back pad's kind of sticky. Come on, there you are. Got lots of pad life left in these. Hang you up there. Oh, what type of a grunt are these going to be to get off of here? Let's just put a big old bar on them real quick. I do got the Ugga-Dugga to get after them if my old 45-year-old back can't hack it. Let's just give him a little bump and see what happens here. Oh, nice. That's a win. These are probably one of the most common bolts that I've ever seen that people over tighten. They do have a hefty torque spec on them. However, people usually just like stand on a breaker bar and over tighten them. Oh, and the thing is here, I guess, as far as tips and tricks go, don't go pulling these all the way out right now, okay? All I'm doing is loosening them, and then we're gonna get a jack under here. If not, this spring's gonna take off on you. This whole assembly's coming over and you're probably getting a spring in the vagine or the nuts, depending on which team it is that you play for. The visual that I had from these nuts did not leave me with much confidence that they were going to come out or loosen off like that. Okay. I think we're all right there. Let's buzz this top bolt off of here, or nut. Got her. Nice. Didn't leave myself a lot of room to work here, did I? You know, I think these are going to come off here just fine with a ratchet. Oh yeah, beauty. And we're out. All right, well, let's swap our goodies over from the old girl, the old Tokikos. So this thing has caster camber plates on it, so this is where these spacers are factoring into the equation. Let's get this guy up in here. Throw our top nut on. All right. Okay. Bottom bolts are tight. We gotta get this new nylock down far enough so it starts to bite, and then we can get a torque on her. Torque is on the top nut, I think it's like 50 to 70, 50 to 75, something to that effect. So we'll drop a torque wrench on him. And then we'll do the bottom ones. The bottom ones are a big torque number. I think they're like 140 to 200. Okay, let's put this caliper back on, but first I cleaned up the pins, and we're going to throw a little brake lube on the sliders. It's never a bad idea to, if you got nothing better to do on a Sunday, on any of your vehicles, especially the ones that you drive on a daily basis, pull your pins out of your brakes and re-lube them. I don't know what the service interval is, but there actually is a service interval on all vehicles for pulling the pins and just re-lubing them. Especially do it while you got the pins out of your caliper. And when I say pins, I mean, well, every manufacturer is a little different. Some pins and bolts are the same. Some use just like back brakes usually just have a sliding pad. Anyway, you'll get the gist of it when you pull your brakes apart. They're all kind of built off the similar principles, but the sliding component, make sure that you got lots of lubrication in there. It ain't no fun when you run out of lube. And there's a range on these, but I think I'm going 50. Moving to the back. So we're gonna have to try something here that kind of lets the cat out of the bag a little bit, but I don't want to go to all the trouble of trying out these quad shocks and then finding out down the road we got to take them off again. So little secret on this car, we got a new set of wheels and tires for it, and we got to see if they fit. I'm pretty much guaranteeing that we're going to have to flip the quad shock, but I don't know, I guess we'll see. So we do have a set of quad shocks for it. Thought these are going to be a lot nastier than that. So we'll try the replacement quad shocks out. Now, it's not imperative that we actually run a quad shock either. This thing does have tubular control arms, a really good set of them too. Makes quick work of it. The original quad in all her glory. There sure ain't much to them. Yep, she's tired. Okay, let's have a look at what these rigs look like. Again, I can't remember. Oh, right. Dang it. I thought maybe these had the skinny body on them, and they don't. So, for those of you that don't know what I'm referring to, this would be considered a skinny body. This doesn't have it. So it does not allow you the ability to flip. I'm pretty sure everybody's seen this, right? But this is how this quad shock was on there before. When you flip them, you do this, which gains you whatever, right? Half an inch or so of clearance in the back for a wider wheel, wider tire combination. So, well, maybe what we'll do, it's one of those things, like if you can run a quad shock, you might as well. I really don't see the reason for pulling them just to pull them. So maybe what we'll do is we'll leave these new, well, I don't know. Let's grab a tire, I guess, and we'll see what we're dealing with. What kind of clearance? I mean, maybe these will fit. Yep. We're even tight with the stalker. We got maybe, oh, I don't know, 3/8 of an inch worth of clearance at the wheel, more at the tire. But there's no way that those other ones are gonna go on here. So maybe what we'll do is we'll leave the quads on just for fun. I'll maybe just pull them off and splash a little paint on them so they don't look awful. And yeah, I think we'll go with the stalkers just to have something in there. Cause yeah, we're way too close for comfort there. If we were running those other ones, you know, I don't know. Maybe we dump them all together. Yeah, she's pretty tight all around. Well, folks, I decided against the quad. We're gonna say to heck with it. So we do have to change the actual shocks in this thing, so let's get these guys hopefully loosened up. Let's support the back. Because when we go to loosen these shocks off up in the trunk, this diff's gonna wanna dive on us, because really the only thing that's holding it up in there right now is the shocks. When you got your suspension hung like this, all right, look at the trunk in this thing. Like, I would guess that maybe these panels have been out of this car a few times. Actually, looking at these push pins that were used, these are not the correct push pins, right? Anybody that knows these coupes knows that that should be one of the little plastic Phillips screws, which I've got more of. We're gonna change these over for the owner, so he's got the actual ones in here. But, well, at least there are push pins. Typically, people don't even put them back in there. So we'll change those for him. But we gotta pop these beautiful, crispy panels out of here. Oh, maybe one little bend in there, hey? Oh, two. Boy, oh boy. Those are minty. We're gonna need a little Christmas tree puller for those guys. Okay, missing the front one. Let's give ourselves all kinds of room here. Wow. Everything Ford intended to have in there, and the wood's not sagged out and cracked out. We are missing the front clips. We'll make sure we get those all back in there for the owner, so the trunk looks like nobody's been in there. That one's missing too. Tight trunk, Betty. The old girl still got it. Okay, these got a lock nut on top of them. Not a nylock, but a nut on a nut. Huh. These poly tops, but they kind of got, oh, when they got put in there, they got walked over and just tightened down in a weird manner. Okay, this guy should be able to drop right out of here. There he is. Kind of a neat design, like a tapered deal. I don't know, maybe they got tightened down too much or something, because they almost seem to have, unless they're designed to be that way, I don't know. Kind of squashed out on the one corner. Huh. Interesting. Shoot, sorry folks, had a device overheating problem there. I was in the middle of showing you when I realized we weren't recording just how shot these shocks are So how did this work now? This one was driver's side. Driver's side, way worse than passenger side, but check this recovery out on these bad boys. Quite the difference, hey? Driver's side, no good. Passenger side, maybe a few more miles in her, but. Okay, these ones run a double. Maybe get you guys more situated here. These run a double kind of nut on nut lock. I actually prefer this to a nylock because the nylocks want to start biting as soon as you get the nylon section into the threads. So I, like I say, kind of prefer the non-nylock, the dual locking nut predicament. Okay. Okay, now you don't have to absolutely flatten these rubbers. The whole idea is not to flatten them. Because the weight of the car is going to hold this shock up. And sorry folks, it is a hot day out today. It's fairly hot in the shop. I don't know why I'm overheating like I am, but anyway, I was going on about just how tight you want this top nut to be. It doesn't have to be like ridiculously tight. I would say probably a decent gauge would be tighten it down until the whole threaded portion of the shock, so the shaft of the shock starts to spin somewhere around there. You don't want to squash that rubber out. If you squash the rubber out, well then the rubber, it defeats the purpose of having the rubber in there. So not ridiculously tight, okay? And then, well in this case, with the double nut, just lock the top one onto the bottom one. And you are secure and in place. Just got to get this guy situated in here, but that's going to take dropping the diff a little bit, and then we can get this bolt in. You know what? It's funny. Somebody's definitely changed these bolts out. The head, or pardon me, the nut seems to be the original, but the actual bolt itself is not. Because these are usually like a 15 mil on one side and 18 mil on the, or 15 mil on the bolt and 18 mil on the nut. Could be the other way around. No, I think that's right. Anyway, and this is an 18 and an 18. So somebody lost the shock bolts at one point. See if we can nail her first go. Really? Why do you want to be so tight in there? There's always something. You know, not that this is going to be a big deal, but I get people like email me and stuff and they're like, can you give me a quote for labor on this? And then you run into this. It's like, oh, it's gonna go too nice. I was like, are we gonna have to pry this shock mount apart? Oh, might have to drop her just a C hair. Felt like just the other side dropped. Okay. Throw the other side in, and we got fresh shocks and struts. All right, and finally, just to round out this whole shock strut dampening 101 adventure we've been on, let's take a look at these struts, and I'll show you what makes these things shot. Now, you will be able to tell when you're driving the car that your car has no more shock absorption. And how you can tell that is essentially it'll feel like you're driving a waterbed, like you're floating. After you hit a bump or something, you just float and float and float. The shock or the strut, whatever, it is designed to stop that floating action that the spring will just carry on and on and on if there's no shock to stop it. So these guys, oh, this guy's already, it's dumping its guts on the floor. So it's at the very least got bad seals in it, but this should be coming up a heck of a lot quicker. Every time I do that, it drops its guts. Oh, this one's got a complete dead spot in it. Like right there, it's got nothing. So if you're wondering what a shot strut is, this is shot. I know you guys can't feel that, but as soon as I get to about the halfway point, there's nothing left in it. It just goes after that. Anyway, these are both shot. Again, I mentioned it earlier, but there was a driving video that I did where I didn't even know that the shocks and struts were gone in this thing because I was only about a mile or two into the drive, and the drive was quite smooth. And I ended up hitting a set of train tracks, and the whole car just like bottomed out and just kept going like this. It was like kind of what people joke around about driving in an old Cadillac, just woof, 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 all washed out. Anyway, that's what led me to believe that these things are shot. And after getting them out and doing the old squash test on them, I think this was 1000% a justifiable swap. Okay, let's do some inner and outer tie rods. We got some new Moog outers. So let's go ahead and set these guys up with the grease circs. So that component's done. And then we'll start taking the old stuff off. You got to be careful going in with these things. The threads on them are always weird. It's kind of thin stuff. That looks like it's going in. Definitely don't want to strip them out. Okay, Those are set. We got new castle nuts and cotter pins. And then like I said, we got new inners that got to go in there. And the pins. So we'll see how fun these old ones are to break out of here. So let's go ahead, peel this old pin out of here. Trying to stay out of your guys' view. Get out of there. There he is. Throw those right in the trash too, ladies and gents. Do yourself a favor and buy a whole kit of them on, heck, you can buy them on Amazon if you really want to. But go to your local parts store and get you some new ones. Okay. Wonder, oh, nice. About to say, I wonder how tight these are. There she goes. The old zip tie. Oh, we got to pull that other one off. Whoops-a-daisy. Don't want to rip this boot. Oh, it's moving. Maybe we'll put a little slider behind that just to make it go up and down a little easier. Don't mind all the noise in the background. My kids are here today and they're out bugging the neighbor's dog. Well, we don't really have, oh no, maybe there's a little play in there, but she shouldn't be flopping around like that. That's for darn sure. Okay, what kind of pins do we got in this? There's safety pins. I don't see or feel any on this inner tie rod end. It's kind of weird. There's usually like a hole with a pin through here, like aluminum or kind of a compressed pin fit. Well, maybe these just want to, there's no safety on them, they just want to back out. Oh, there we go. Okay, just like that we got her off. Now, I guess just for proof of what I'm saying, check that out. There's no lock pins at all on this. But it does have a little section in there for the lock pins. It's kind of interesting. So yeah, this little section here is for the lock pins, and there is no area at all for a lock pin in there. Weird. Okay, so before we go breaking this guy apart, let's go and use him as our test mule. to see how long we should be screwing this guy together. And this is just eyeballing here. Oh yeah, and I guess before we get too carried away, here's where the little locking pins go, right? Which they supply you with here. Or is there 3? Yeah, there is. 1, 2, and 3. And I'll show you, but yeah, you pound these pins in once you've got it in there and tight so it can't back out. It's kind of like a lock of sorts. Yeah, and this one that we just took off didn't have one on it, or a provision on it for that. Okay, that's roughly where this guy's adjusted to. I'd say that's about similar. So we'll bump that in. I'll maybe, I'll just hit this with a couple of wrenches quick so it's tight. Not stupid tight, but tight enough that it's not going to take off on us. Okay, buzz this new one in. Oh, and this guy is, so you know how the other one was flopping around? I can barely bend this one. She's so tight. You know what? I'm causing myself troubles here. Let's spin the end off. Go to all that trouble. I'll maybe just put a little paint pen mark on it for where we want it. Roughly. And then that way we've got a reference point. Okay, so we need a roll pin there, there, and there. So we'll just bump this guy on there tight. Okay, get our roll pins in there. Hey kiddo.
Are you filming?
Yep. It's okay, you can come back if you want.
Mom needs you. Taylor's doing something with her driver's test and they need a social security number.
Okay. I'm a little tied up right at the moment here, buddy.
What you working on?
One?
I could probably reach that.
Well, it's more...
You want me to hammer it in?
You think you can run the hammer?
Maybe.
I think you're a hammerhead.
Hey.
Good grief.
Here, Dad. Let me try.
It's okay, buddy. It's because the K-member's in the way. Here. I wonder if I could squeeze this guy down a little bit.
Can you twist it?
No. See, they're pins.
Oh.
And they're kind of a pressure fit. So maybe I can get them started by giving them a little squeeze. Oh, almost.
Put it like, yeah. No, like not crooked though, like put it in straight.
Yeah, but I need the angle.
Oh.
Like a glove. Okay, now we gotta get the top one in there.
What top one?
There's 3.
3?
Tree.
Got it?
There it is. Okay, just gotta hammer them in there.
Dentist.
Open wide.
I waved at
You know what?
2 to 3 times. Nothing.
It's good. Everybody will know what kind of a weirdo you are.
Hey, you gotta be nice. 2 hammers to hammer 1 thing.
Yeah.
Careful.
Hold that one.
We should make a transition using a hammer.
Okay. Never a dull moment, hey Sades?
That one uses pins too? No.
No. This one's just a friction fit.
Friction fit. I haven't seen you wear glasses before.
Safety first.
Are they like...
And there's a good buddy of mine that may be watching this right now that would be so happy that I'm wearing these because he gives me trouble all the time. Actually, Sades, you know him.
Who?
Old Uncle Lewis.
Uncle Lu- Oh. Got it? Wait, like Luce from the car shows?
Yep.
Oh.
Old Louis.
Yeah. Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton. That's a good name for him.
Next time I'll see him, I'll say, "What's up, Louis Vuitton?"
Okay. Let's put our castle nut on top.
Nut to the castle, castle to the nut.
Oh, shoot. What am I doing?
What?
We gotta put the dang boot on, Sades.
Don't worry, we all make mistakes.
Good gracious.
How do you work?
Here, come here, nut bar. You gotta hold my nut for me. Hurry up. Quit messing with my tools.
The tools are messing with me. Perfectio fit. Sound like it farted.
Hook up the little breather line.
Oh, oil. Got any oil on my face? Or that on my face?
Nope.
Okay, good.
Grab me those blue handle pliers there, please.
These? Whoa. Cool.
Thank you.
How do you work them with one hand? Whoa.
Ow.
You okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Dad, be careful.
Nice and straight. Okay. Scalpel. You didn't get my joke.
What do you mean?
Okay. Now we're back in business, Chico.
Back in business. Back in business. Yes. No, back in biz. Yes. I don't know. I tried.
Can you go over there and grab that castle nut?
Castle. Oh! Oh!
You know why they call it a castle nut?
Huh?
Do you know why they call it a castle nut?
Because it looks like a castle.
Hey now, look at you! Out of school for the summer, but you're still using your thinker.
Mm-hmm. And also because Castle Customs.
You think?
I think.
I don't think they were thinking Castle Customs when
Well, I sure do.
that was all going on.
I want to be like this, be like this.
Okay. Other than a zip tie to hold this in place, which I don't know if these Binford 9000s that I got, I actually inherited these zip ties with my shop.
That is a long tie.
They're more handcuffs than they are zip ties.
I saw a video. It was like, why didn't you put cuffs on him? Why did you use zip? Why didn't you put cuffs on him? His hands were too big. He had no option. A policeman once said that.
Really?
Yeah. His hands are too big. We had no option. I want to be like this. I want to be like this. Snip, snip. I'll snip your nose off.
Oh, that.
For goodness sake, that's still 3 feet long.
Okay. Let's snip them.
I want to snip
BB.
them. Can I snip them?
Nope.
Oh.
You're too short.
No.
There we go. There you go. Souvenir for you.
Probably on my face.
Yeah.
It's taller than my torso.
Okay. So other than getting a torque on this, getting our jam nut hammered down into this, we are good. I think what we'll do is, while I'm this high in the air, I'll get the other one broke loose and changed out, and then we'll drop the car down. And then we'll drop the car down, and we will torque her all up.
You betcha. Wait, can I do a transition?
What kind of transition do you want to do?
Either a hammer or a snip.
Okay, hurry up.
Okay, we'll do a snip. You gotta come up.
Okay, final step, torque her down. 35 to 47 is what Ford recommends. These, because they're tapered, you want to check them a couple times. Okay, and then you gotta make sure that you can get your cotter pin in afterwards. Oh, and it beautifully worked out, which it never ever does. Usually you gotta bump the nut one way or the other. But in this case, we did not have to. And finally, give her a little Wiener slider. And wipe off your circ so you're not getting grease all over your wheels. Something I just cannot be under here and leave alone is this ram air situation. So this thing seems to have maybe lost some of its hardware, and this whole dryer hose situation has just gone to heck on the owner here. So let's get some of this old junk out of here. I don't even know if I... Oh, maybe these side cutters will get her done. Wow, what a disaster this is. Really got to tidy this hose up and remount this inlet. How far up does this thing go? Oh, not very. She's old and brittle. Okay, we should maybe get some scissors to do this in a clean manner. I think we'll cut that guy right there. We don't have a hole up there, do we? Oh no, just a bend in the hose. Okay, anyway. We'll deal with that in a second, but good grief. Okay, now this thing seems as though it's missing a bolt from the back side of it, which, oh yeah, upon closer inspection, it is. That's probably why it's sagging the way it is. Well, that, and it's been on here so long that the old whale mouth on the front of a coupe, I think if we actually, yeah, that should bring it up there if we run a bolt through there. So there is a hole. I guess maybe at one point in time it had a bolt in there, but over the years she lost her. So let's see if we can't make that a little better, because I know that would drive me absolutely nuts. We might have nailed it first shot, folks. Holy, this is tight quarters. I gotta get something on this to hold it up. I can't, I'm out of hands. See if we can do the old set it on your thumb trick. Get her on there. Oh, I think we did. That's a little better. I think it almost needs one more, but way better than where it was, that's for darn sure. Wonder if these things came with a bit of a like rad support bracket, or I never ever bought one of these things back in the day, but okay, that's at least straighter. Geez, this whole thing is bent right up. I don't know how much air we were ramming into this thing at all. Well, I think that's a little better anyway. So chronologically, I think the next best place to start on this adventure would be removing the thermactor and getting some hardware that actually fits this poor old ram air. I don't know what we're trying to do here. Jam a coarse thread onto a fine thread, I guess. That always works well. Okay. Let's see what we got going on here. We'll pull the whole intake side of this thing off of here. How are we looking in there? A little greasy. Little gummy, little greasy. Nothing outrageous, I guess, but oh, the old broken MAF tab. What a darn shame. Okay, let's pull the whole bracket and everything out of here. Geez, this is kind of a hokey box. We gotta pull these out now too, or what? Are these screwing out, or are they just spinning on me? And as far as like maybe shorter form, more to the point, geez, those are all bent. Good grief. Maybe see if we can straighten those out in the vise a little bit. They're old as hell too. But sorry, to finish that thought, if you're looking for more of a short form, to the point, soup to nuts version of like pulling a thermactor and blocking off the heads. Exactly what we're going to be doing here, just in a longer form video. If you're looking for a shorter form layout of that, I'll put a link up here for you. You can go over and check that out. I've got a video I did of pulling all this out of my convertible. Same program, same situation. Goodness. Now there's another great big ass hose clamp holding the top side of this dryer hose to this box. Huh. She's a fairly sealed unit. Well, let's break this apart at the mass air. We'll get that out the way and see what we're dealing with here. Okay, mass air out. And this actually might turn into a bit of a two-fold scenario. Oh, would you look at that? So then that just pulls out of there. Holy smokes, is that dirty? We're gonna have to give that a clean. Yuck. Yeah, this old girl's choking on herself air filter wise. Full of leaves. Huh. Okay. Let's see if we can get this box out of here too. Looks like the top side of this thing needed some, this air box needed some adjustment as well. Holy smokes. Right. Oh, there's all the junk coming out of her. I guess being that close to the road down on the lower valance there, they probably scooped up quite a bit of junk. Maybe one of the downfalls of these Ram Air units. Okay, here's the top side of our dryer hose. Okay, you live there for now. Right. You know, one nice part with this car, well, other than these connectors being pulled off the shock tower, but like nothing is cut and molested, which I love to see. Now we can actually start getting at some of these hose clamps. And I mean, the removal of one of these is really not rocket appliances. Of course, Ford couldn't put their hose clamps on straight. But these things were put together in mass production. Guess you can't blame them. Just trying to get through as many as possible and get over for lunch or coffee or smoke break, whatever you're into. So anyway, all I'm doing here is just undoing gear clamps to the smog pump. And then we're gonna have to get the big old straight screwdriver in there and see if we can't start fighting these chunks of pipe, chunks of rubber hose off of the various connections. Because these are all, oh, this one's coming loose quite nicely actually. All old. Okay, there we are. Plumbing disconnected from the thermactor. I can't remember. You'll have to forgive me. I'm working, thinking, and talking all at the same time. We are doing an alternator swap on this car too, so I don't know if I should pull this thing off of here right now or what I should do. Maybe we'll just do one thing at a time. Okay, let's break this. What do we got here? There's a bracket underneath that we got to break loose. And then this top bolt that runs through the alternator bracket. Let's maybe break him loose and then we can get underneath and break the other one loose. The size of that unit. Okay, and just because we got the use of a lift, let's go underneath and drop that other bolt out of there. With my advice, this owner has actually chosen to run the idler pulley. I know everybody's got their thoughts on that, but personally, I like the idler pulley idea because it maintains stock belt length. And I kind of like the idea of stock belt length because if you're out cruising with the kids or the better half or however you roll, and you end up getting yourself into a situation where you blow a belt and you just got a little hardware store that's the only thing in the area that you can get a belt at, well, you can just tell them you need a belt for whatever your Mustang. Now, I know the argument on that is everybody tells me all the time, well, just pack a spare belt. Yeah, that's true, you can, but I personally don't like packing anything more than I need to. There you are. The old thermactor. Listen to this, clunk, 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 clunk. Oh. I would say the old girl's actually starting to get pretty tired. Now, speaking of getting further into things, hopefully I'm giving you guys a decent angle of what I'm looking at here. You know, you get into stuff like this, right? And you start seeing, well, here's a little coolant here, right? Where's that coming from? Is that coming from in behind the timing cover? Because it doesn't look like it's coming from the water pump. This water pump lends me to think that it's been replaced at some point in time. So, yeah. What do we got here? This thing must have had a oil pan gasket put in it at some point in time, and somebody's, I don't even know, but it looks like RTV'd the gasket. It looks like RTV to me. Huh. So that's interesting. But anyway, the joys, right? Now this is kind of a crossroads scenario as well, because, well, I don't personally think that there's anything wrong with this water pump that's in here. I think that it's probably leading me to think that this is behind the timing cover that leak's coming from. So what do? Do you change the water pump because we got one sitting here? Do you reuse the water pump because this one seems fine and just re-gasket it? Kind of $1 million question, right? Interesting. And do I even put the idler pulley on here right now if we're going to find ourselves in a scenario where we're pulling that timing cover off of there? Well, as I think my way through this and kind of talk you guys through this, I'm kind of thinking we maybe leave the idler pulley off for now. We'll revisit that. Actually, yeah, we will, because this bracket's got to come off to change that alternator out too. I'm just trying to, you know what I mean, use my time as wisely as possible as we get after all the various things with this car, right? Yeah, let's leave that alone for now. we got the thermactor out. That's a win. We'll leave this bracket in here where it sits, and we'll revisit that idler pulley in a minute. But we'll get back to pulling out some of this plumbing up top. Okay, couple of vacuum lines. More hose clamps. I think that just went into the K-member. It definitely didn't sound like concrete. Nope, it wasn't. My buddy just sent me a reel too, where, oh, there it is, where the guy drops a socket, and he's got that, whatever, he hears it hit the cement, and at the tail end of the reel, he, whatever, puts his head back, and it cuts over to that scene of, I can't remember the actor's name, but he's in the middle of a dance club. They got that dance song playing, right? Big celebration. Well, that's not the case for me right now. Really? Can we stop dropping stuff? There's some of our plumbing. Now we got hose clamps. Oh yeah, and they're both in the K-member too. Perfect. It's just great, great, great. Okay. At this point, we got to break off the piping from the back of the cylinder heads, and then that's always fun because you're dealing with very, very, very tight quarters. But yeah, there's 2 bolts. Break them off. We can get that chunk of crossover tube out of there, and then pull the rest of this all out the bottom. Here we go, folks. I can't really give you a good view as to what we're going after here, other than telling you that we're trying to remove this pipe right here, and down off of this shaft, or this pipe that goes down towards the cylinder head. There's a 1/2-inch bolt that holds that pipe into the back of the cylinder head. We are attempting to get our hands in there and break these bolts loose so we can back this whole piping system out of here. So bear with me. Hopefully we can get these guys on the first try or two. The best way that I've found to do this is if you got yourself a set of ratcheting box end wrenches, and specifically what makes these nice is, well, 1, you can ratchet them and get that bolt out, but 2 is they got a flat kind of plane here, whereas a typical box end wrench has a bit of an angle to it, and that won't help you very much. So yeah, anyway, wish me luck here. You gotta really hold your tongue in the most ideal way possible here. Maybe get another light in here too. Oh, we're on. Now let's see if we can break this loose without breaking my hands. Ooh. Oops. They'll be tight. I think we've broke them loose though. Oh yeah, he's loose now. Jeez, that feels almost Like she wants to come out by hand now. If I can even get my damn hand in there. Ooh. The magic mechanic fingers. Maybe getting her. See if I can do this without dropping it. Oh, yep. We got her. There he is. Greasy old dog. Okay, one side down, one side to go. This guy gives you the impression that he's easier to get at, but getting through all the hoses and clutch cable, speedo cable, makes it a little more convoluted. Okay, we're on. Oh, of course, this one's just torqued. Actually, see if I can give you a little bit better view on this side of what we're going at here. Hopefully I can get this guy without having to get a bit of an extension on that wrench, and by extension I mean another box end wrench. It's a high possibility I'm going to throw my hand right into that booster here. Holy Dinah, that one's tight. Geez, I don't know if it'll even let me get another wrench in there to get on that guy. This harness and vacuum lines in the way. Oh, there he goes. Worst part about this is getting them out's celebration worthy, but knowing that you got to get the plugs and the bolts back in there is a whole nother animal. Okay. Bolt out. I'm just on hold with my alarm company right now, so don't mind me if I gotta say hello to somebody. Hopefully they'll pick up shortly. It's been on the phone for about, or on hold for about an hour. But in the meantime, let's see if we can get this guy out of here without causing too much grief. There he is. Whew. Pretty carboned up. Both sides. That's pretty wild. Okay, well anyway, we got the top half of her out, and we still got the bottom half that goes to the H-pipe that we got to get out, but this is a win. All right, ladies and gents, I actually got called out here early yesterday, so didn't get a whole lot done other than getting that pipe out of the back of the cylinder head. So I'm gonna tie up a couple of quick loose ends here that have kind of been nagging me, and what's making me think of that is my air filter cleaner kit came in the mail as I walked in today while it was sitting outside my door. So let's get this old girl soaking, and because it's like a 10-minute soak, I believe, on the old K&N air cleaner filter cleaner kit. So we're gonna give this guy a liberal hosing. And the reason that I'm doing this now, even though we're not going to need the air filter for quite some time, is because these things take quite a while to dry out once you've soaked them and hosed them and cleaned them. I don't think this whole girl's ever been cleaned. Now the other loose end that I wanted to quickly tighten up here, I forgot to pull the quad shock mounting bracket off of here the other day. So let's just bang that out quick. Crank up the juice. And just like that, the bracket's gone. And I always throw the bolts back in the holes and, you know, don't throw 500 foot-pounds on them or anything, but just kind of rattle them back into place. Okay, where to start here? Well, let's get rid of these tools. Should we put those blocker plates back, or not back, but install them in the back of the cylinder heads, which is probably the thing I'm not dreading, but they're not fun to get in there. Or should we pull the rest of the plumbing for the thermactor piping off the H-pipe? Because in order to do that, we actually, well, there's a little bolt that holds this. Oh, it's busted. Never mind. Typically, if this little weld wasn't snapped like it is, this communicates over here to the lifting points from Ford, right? There's one here and there's one here, and they just kind of bolt onto your original header bolts. These are typically removed off cars, especially if somebody's put a new set of headers on it. But yeah, typically this is bolted here to this lifting point, and you got to loosen that bolt out of there before you can get the rest of that piping out. But maybe it might gain us a little real estate actually getting this out of the way. So let's lift the car up and we'll go underneath and we'll remove that from the H-pipe. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Holy! Look at the dirt. This poor old girl was trying to breathe through the high end of a sewing needle. Okay, this may be a futile exercise, and I have a feeling we're probably going to be busting out the air hammer, but we'll do this more for comedic effect than anything. Oh my. That thing actually wants to turn somewhat easy. Good grief, we can maybe get a ratcheting box end on her and have that unit out in no time. I'd like to see if we can get this thing out of here like Ford intended us to. Now, after all these years, it kind of, whatever, I know it's somewhat wishful thinking, but let's see. Very rarely do you ever see these pipes in shape, like in full, you know, round shape, where they don't have a air hammer cut ran through them or whatever, or a cut-off wheel, and who knows, we may end up in that same boat. But let's just see, for the folks out there that are, you know, the DIYer, driveway warriors, if you can peel this guy out with basic hand tools and not have to worry about calling your buddy for an air hammer. Might have to bump that guy with the hammer. Just to get him to shake loose a little bit. Come on, buddy, I'm trying to save you here. Take you off in one piece without busting out the cutoff wheel, but it ain't looking good. We'll just use a little cutoff wheel and not, yeah, let's use this guy. Not try to go through the lower pipe, we'll just go through the outer pipe. And sorry folks, I think you're probably gonna have to listen to some compressor action here, but let's get you out of the line of fire. Now this little fix that I'm doing here, not fix, but removal, is kind of what you got to do if you want to put all this original stuff back on. You know, buzz a little relief cut line in this and open it up so you can, you know, get it out of there. Jeepers, might need another bump from the hammer. There he is. Okay, righto. There you go. There she is. All right. So, I guess a little closer look at things. Jeez, as I just totally nuke your eyes. Just a little relief cut. I maybe went a little far on that one. But anyway, something that you can, you know, get this thing back over it and put the clamp over it again and cinch her down and run Euro-E stuff if that's what you're into. I don't know what everybody's into these days. The world's getting a little crazy. Right, so we're gaining some real estate here, folks. And because this adventure is going to lead to us while removing these lift points from the header bolts, back two on this side, front two on that side, I'm just gonna pull this bracket off of here now. Essentially they're studs, like with a bolt halfway through them. So if you just pull these back two bolts, nuts off of here, then you'll get just the lift point off of here. And that's, I'm gonna do that just for, to gain a little bit more real estate as we're fighting our way in there to get these block off plates put in there. But I say all that because these headers are going to come off right away here as well. We tried to plan this little Foxbody adventure for the owner in such a way that we were trying to cross as many bridges as possible, you know, in our paths and not having to backtrack and whatever, right? Planning is key. Actually, I mentioned earlier about that bolt that you got to take off to pull that chunk of plumbing hose out of there. Well, that's that bolt that I was referring to. Anyway, but it was broke. So now we can get after putting our block off plates in. So here's the deal with these if you've never seen them. They're just actually a pretty little piece, right? CNC'd aluminum. And these are going to, that's your little hole plug. These are just going in the back of your cylinder head. Now, unless you've got, I'll show you what I'm about to tell you about. Unless you've got some sort of dentistry looking mechanics mirror to kind of see what's going on back there, you're really just working blind. Okay, so you're going to get in there with your hand and feel where this thing wants to sit, and then obviously thread your new bolt in, and in you go. Now, because this isn't a Ford part, right? This is just kind of an aftermarket fix to the deletion of the thermactor system. There's not a lot of info on these other than folks like myself or other YouTubers out there that may show you how to do this. So there's really no like standard operating procedure on how to install these. And obviously it's not rocket science if you were to just install this plug, but you can put a little RTV on here, right? Just as an extra little, I don't know, insurance policy, if you will, to make sure that these guys seal up real nice and tight. I like to just put a little bit around where you're going to be trying to get the sealing surface against the cylinder head. You know, you could make the argument that the back of the cylinder head's dirty. Unless you wanted to get in there with a wire brush and clean it, the RTV is not really going to do anything, but it's one of those things, I guess. Just do whatever you think's best, but you know, in this case, I'm doing it for a customer, so you got to, whatever, do it in such a way that you know it's going to seal, and they're not going to come back going, yeah, this thing's making a weird tick, right? So anyway, I'm going to throw a little RTV on these guys, and then, which the RTV's up in the other end of the shop. I got to go grab that. Yeah, she's actually pretty nasty. You know, I might be able to give you a little bit of a view of this actually. That's where we're going. Okay. Right on the back of the head like that. Hopefully you guys can see that in the mirror. So let's clean this up with a little brake clean. Oh yeah, that's way better. Something to that effect. Doesn't have to be pretty. You just need it to seal. Now hopefully this RTV will also hold this in place for me. I guess I maybe misled you a bit. It's going to kind of sit in this orientation. Okay, here we go. Okay, she's holding. Let's see if we can get this bolt in there. Oh, nailed it. Almost like I knew what I was doing. Bear with me. I'll just get that tightened up quick. And then I'll give you a look at it through the mirror again. Click. click, click. Okay, torqued up. There she is. I think that'll work quite nicely, if I do say so myself. Okay, other side. Okay, now one of the most common questions I get asked is, what do you do with the vacuum lines that you're no longer going to use? And well, I thought it was relatively obvious what one should do, but you need to plug them, okay? They've kind of got a barb on them, so they're sort of goofy to pull out. There he goes. See? Kind of a barbed end. I just got my flat blade in there and pushed them out the backside. And then, I mean, realistically, take any kind of plug you want to get this job done, right? But there we go, good and tight. Incognito. Boom. You know, I wonder if we should almost pull that broken guy out of there too and plug him. But essentially, you get the idea, right? Plug her off in whatever manner you have available to you, and you won't have any vacuum leaks. Well, there you have it, ladies and gents. That's pretty much a smog pump delete or thermactor delete in a nutshell. Other than putting the pulley on, now you don't have to do that. You can run a shorter belt. I'm going to double back to the pulley addition once we get this alternator out, but there's really no good answer as to what we do next. I think we should maybe, let's pull these headers off. We're right here, right? So to start this whole performance out, nothing too serious, just start breaking all your bolts loose. So here's our other little lift point. Factory lift point that we got to get out of there. Off she comes. This side's a little busier with the master and booster and everything, but and your oil dipstick is also attached to this side. So we're gonna have to take these O2 sensors out regardless. May as well just pull them out of here now, get myself a little bit more real estate to work in. If you don't have one of these O2 sockets and you do stuff like this all the time, free tip of the day, get yourself one. Make your life a lot easier. I think we're going to do this in a little bit of an unorthodox manner, in that I think we'll pull these headers out, get the gaskets off them, and then we'll go underneath and we'll get that H-pipe out of there just to give us as much wiggle room as possible as we're going on with the new headers, because we are going to run a new, well, obviously new gaskets, but some fancier gaskets that I'll talk to you guys a little bit about. They come highly recommended by, well, me and any old boy that I used to run around with. They're the, what some might say, the cat's meow. Ford gaskets. Come on, buddy. Hiya! That's warm. You can stay right there. Right! Jeez. Dumping your guts here. Come on, you old... Oh, I want to use bad words, but... I won't. Try not to, anyway. There you are. This thing's gonna come out hot. There it is. Good gracious. All right. Out with the old, in with the new. But before we do, why don't we, while we have all the room in the world to work, get these old plugs out of here. Not every day you get to just have all this open space to work and change spark plugs. But in this case, we do. So let's pop these guys out of here. See what we're dealing with. Oh wow, they're actually tight. Now, it's kind of an inside joke. If you caught my last long form video on, what did we call that car? Frozen Fox, white convertible. Well, that guy wasn't too tight. But anyways, I'll maybe give you a link for it if you missed it or you want to check it out. The spark plugs in that car, all you had to do is put a ratchet on them and push with one finger and over they went. It was wild. Oh, that guy's still a little greased up and in there. Let's see what we got here. Well, they've been, actually, is that? Yeah, it looks like somebody put anti-seize on them. We got auto lights. They've been changed, but the $1 million question is, were they gapped correctly? Now I'm going to use just probably the gap checker that everybody's got out there to do this, because it kind of gives you an idea as to like what is actually going on. Oh, they're a little light. So Ford recommends 50 thou, 52 some say. These are gapped at like 45. You can see that at all? Let's just check another one for fun. Because sometimes they're all different, indicating that someone has not gapped them at all. They're clean. Well, 45, this one's closer to 50. At least on the, you know, bargain basket spark plug gap checker that you'd get at your local parts store. The best way to gap your plugs is to get a set of proper feeler gauges and get in there and make sure they're... Yeah, it looks like somebody attempted to make them all like somewhere around, this one's like 47 thou, like we're better. But like, your plug gap is imperative, in all honesty. You know, there's folks that you talk to or folks that reach out and say like, oh, my car runs terrible. And it's like, you know, there's a laundry list of things that it could be. But, you know, stuff like this, which is easy to check. One of these will run you like $1.99 at your local parts store. Pull a plug and just check one or two and see if they're out of gap. Like I said, 50 to 52 thou, somewhere in and around there for a stock motor. Spark plug gaps can get way more involved when you're talking like boosted applications and different cylinder heads, and that's another question, right? What spark plugs do I run? Well, in this case, it's easy. We got a Ford OEM motor, run the Ford OEM recommended spark plugs. But you run a different set of cylinder heads, always run the spark plugs that the cylinder head manufacturer recommends. But get yourself one of these, check your plugs. If your car is not running right or whatever, this is a real good place to start, and it takes, you know, 30 seconds to spin a plug out and check it. Okay, folks, so what 50 thou looks like. All right. This here is a proper set of feeler gauges. Okay. You get all your measurements. You can measure all kinds of good stuff there with a proper set of feeler gauges. Oh, and look at that. The old meme is true. You touch anti-seize once, you get it everywhere, which I've just done. Anyway, little anti-seize on your plugs goes a long ways. You or your mechanic will thank you later whenever you go to change the plugs again. Get them tightened down. There actually is a torque spec on spark plugs. I don't know it off the top of my head. If I'm being honest, I don't use it very often because I usually don't have the room that I do right now to work within. But I don't know. Once you've done a handful of spark plug changes, you kind of know what that tightness looks like. Don't over tighten them. You really don't want to be dealing with a jammed up spark plug in your cylinder head. That's not a lot of fun. So here's the headers we're rocking. BBKs. These are their ceramic version, which I actually prefer to their chrome version because they actually kind of stay looking this way versus the chrome that turns, well, at first heat cycle kind of a neat purpley orange, and then they just go brown. So they end up going to junk on you. Now, something that I will point out, because I have seen this in the past, is before you go to all the trouble of installing these, check and make sure that this flange area is threaded, because I've had these come right out of the box without this being threaded, and it's a heck of a lot easier to thread this in a vise or on the bench than it is once you've installed it in the car. So check and make sure that your holes are in fact threaded. Also, another little word of the wise, just make sure you got all of your hardware, right? Nuts, bolts, whatever, before you get carried away putting these things in. Because you could be running to the parts store right now getting more bolts if you need them, versus getting halfway through this job and finding out that you're missing parts. Now, on to the most important part. Here is the BBK supplied gasket. Now, in a pinch, is it a gasket? Yes. Looks like it might have a little bit of a steel core, but by no means the worst gasket in the world. However, there are way better options, and that's these Rem Flex gaskets, okay? Look at if you put one Rem Flex next to one BBK. They're like, here, it might be easier if they're at least double the size, and that's the whole theory behind these, is they almost act like a lock washer. They crush down as you're tightening, and you do not have to worry as much, if at all, about your bolts, your header bolts backing up or backing out on you during heat cycles. These gaskets quite literally are the answer. So do yourself a favor, spend a few more bucks other than what the gaskets you get in the kit are, and get some of these Rem Flex gaskets. You'll literally never have to change them. They're built for war, and the only gaskets I'll run. 50% crushed seals and pitted flanges. Like, they're just, everything about them is superior, okay? So that's the biggest word of the wise in all these tips and tricks. Now, to get these in, I will say about the only downfall to running these Rem Flex gaskets is the bolts that are supplied in the BBK kit are a little short, okay? Not so short that you can't get them in, but because you're running that thicker gasket, you do have to kind of push and hunt and horse around a little bit to make this all work. But again, a little bit of stress now is worth all of the wonderful, comfortable sleeping nights versus sleepless nights down the road, okay? Now, I guess as far as tips and tricks are concerned, I always try to go with my 2 outside bolts first. Actually, here, you can see we do have threads sticking out, right? But definitely not as many as one would if you were running a thinner gasket. But anyway, this is the fun part, getting this all in there. Let's maybe, because these gaskets are quite delicate. Let's get this guy ever so nicely down in there. Just kind of rest them on the K-member. Okay. This is one of those moments where a third arm / hand does come in handy. Okay, front guy in. Oh, come on, arm, just bend a little bit more for me. Okay, now the trick is here too, like, don't tighten these all down, just get them all started by a few threads. Leave them kind of loose on there, so you got some wiggle room to get the rest of your bolts in. And depending on what day the header was manufactured, I don't mean this literally, but I'm just figuratively speaking, will kind of determine how easy it is to get your bolts in and or your tools after the fact to tighten them all up. Okay, they've all bit. Now I'm going to start tightening them down. And this is, I don't know, Again, I'm sure there's a torque spec, but you want to be tighter than a spark plug. Put it that way. You got to give these, you know, an extra little bit of oomph to make sure they're good and tight and sealed. The worst leak in the world, or at least the worst sounding leak in the world, is an exhaust leak. So don't fart around with those. But anyways, and I guess maybe in closing in all this advice, go through them like 3-4 times and triple check that they're all tight, because as you tighten one side, the other side's gonna give a little bit, especially with these crushed gaskets. So anyway, enough about me going on and on. There's about all the advice I can think to give you on how to tighten down your headers. Okay, headers are on. Now this next little adventure may be somewhat premature because we don't have the cat back yet that we're going to put on this car, but I'm ultra excited to check out this H-pipe from LAR Performance. I don't know if that's just built to keep the box sturdy, or not built, thrown in there. Oh yeah, we got a couple of those. Okay, we got our H. And then we got our tubes. Geez, this is pretty. Okay, so maybe not as intense of a install, well not install, but setup as I thought. Got your bungs welded in for your O2 sensors. The thing that's kind of nice about this is, in theory, it's going to give us some adjustability. Like that's always the biggest pain with the old school one-piece H-pipes, is they were never manufactured to tight tolerances. So everyone's kind of a rodeo to shoehorn in your car. You might have one that goes in like butter and the next one's just a disaster. Okay, well this thing, yeah, like we got no hardware, which isn't a big deal up front, but we'll have to look into out back. I don't know if this is going to be a trial and error situation. Might have to get the expander out. I don't know yet. Might take a little finagling here to make this thing work. Yeah. I do have an expander somewhere around. Hopefully it's not a trip to the exhaust shop, but for the most part, this thing looks pretty sweet, other than maybe having to finagle with this a little bit to make it work. It looks like they did give it a little bump when they manufactured it. It's just definitely not sliding in beautifully. So, okay, maybe more on that later. There we go. Okay. That's better. Now we're cooking with gas. Moving right along. Let's do an SVE alternator upgrade. Unplug our connectors. Going to... Oh, somebody put that on there good. Undo our bolts. Holy Dinah. That's tight. Good grief. So about the most complicated component of this install is trimming your bracket to fit the larger alternator. Give him a little wiggle. There he is. Okay. The old Motorcraft. Now there is a little wiring to do here as well. Okay. Here's our old plug. Now, the original one actually looks pretty good. So, in theory, we should only have to buzz into one of these connectors in order to make this whole adventure a reality. We're going to cut these two black lead wires. Actually, we're going to cut all three of them. We're going to put some eyelets on the lead wires. Now, you don't necessarily have to do this, but I look at it as, you know what, it's just kind of an extra little fail-safe to use the original wires that ultimately send power back to your battery and charge your battery. So these are your lead wires, and so we're going to put an eyelet on each one of those, and we're going to attach it to the stud on the back of the new alternator. And then this stator wire, we are going to put a new connector on it, wherever our supplied kit is. We got to put this guy in there. And then we are also going to run the supplied 4-gauge power wire that LMR supplies you with, inside of looming and everything, so it's kind of nice to work with. And then I'm going to show you my little trick for mounting the fuse. Some may knock my location because it, in a roundabout way, doesn't make it like the quickest and most accessible place to put it, but it hides it nicely. I think if you're dealing with a charging problem, you're probably already on the side of the road dealing with tools anyway. And the chances of you carrying one of these fuses with you are somewhere between slim and none. So regardless, you're going to be needing tools. And actually, is it I think it is one of those like great big metal fuses. I think good gracious. We're all zip tied up here. Let me get myself into this here. So yeah, this big fuse block. Yeah, like who's packing one of these units around with them? Nobody. So anyway, I like to hide this fuse block and not mount it on the inner apron like LMR says you should. But I'll show you my secret little hiding spot, and feel free to steal my idea if you like. So I'm not a big fan of cutting your bracket to fit your new alternator while the bracket is in the vehicle. Why would you send aluminum dust and shavings all over your engine bay if you don't have to? So I'm going to go ahead and pull this bracket out of here. I think it'll be a little easier to show you guys like where you need to trim as well. with this bracket being on the bench. And I might even, actually not might, I will. I'm gonna sandblast this bracket before we put it back on there too. Okay folks, before we get to kind of reworking this bracket, I wanted to tell you a little something here that I had just pop up for me. So pulled the air filter out of this car, right? And it's that whole Ram Air kit system, but I had no idea who makes the Ram Air kit. It has no insignia on the box, and if I remember right, I believe the March airbox, Ram Air airbox was like more square. So, and then there's no top half to it either, right? We're just operating off of like OEM piping and stuff. Well, anyway, I got the filter outside and I'm putting some oil on it. I just thought it'd be a good little thing to do real quick so I could sit here and dry and do its thing. Well, upon closer inspection, this thing's got Kenny Bell written on it. I'm like, no way. So I don't know, I'm not privy to any of this, even though I own a Kenny Bell supercharger. I didn't know that they made an air filter for one, and or if this Ram Air system is actually an old Kenny Bell product or not. It's really left me scratching my head. So if there's any Kenny Bell fanatics out there watching and you know the answer to this, please let me know. I am very intrigued by all this. So yeah, just a quick little sidebar happening that unfolded when we were off camera. Anyway, our bracket, and actually, yeah, look at some of the sweaty greasiness that we got to deal with here, but I'm gonna clean that up. I'll maybe scrape that off before I throw it in my blaster unit so I don't ruin all my sand. But I'm gonna set you guys up here and show you like how this whole trimming operation works. Like I said, I do not support the whole idea of trimming this thing in the car. This is a whole nother step to it, but why would you be throwing around unneeded dust and shavings in your engine bay if you don't have to? Drop this. Now these should be a tight fit in here, but whenever you're going from one to the other like this, we may have to bump this little grommet a little bit to give us some more breathing room. And don't worry, because that grommet does the whole, geez, that's greasy. The whole idea behind it is that grommet moves as you tighten down your alternator. Okay, now we got some breathing room. You guys probably can't even see what the hell I'm doing here. There we go. Okay, let's get this guy slid in here. Give you a view of what's going on. So as we go to clock this over, you can see that we have some interference going on right here. So this is the area that needs to be trimmed out. Now again, you can do this in the car if you want, you do you kind of thing. I don't want to put anything else in that, anything foreign in that engine bay that's not already in there. So we'll get ourselves a Sharpie here, do a little arts and crafts action. So, and I don't know, less is more always, but at the same time, you don't want to really go back and forth 100 times, cutting more and more, but well, it's up to you, whatever you want to do, right? I'm just going to try and bring this guy right down to the corner. And then we'll buzz that out of there, and then I'll just kind of mooch it all in with a bit of a DA wheel and make it look like nobody was even in there before. But first things first, I'm going to clean this damn bracket off. So before I throw this thing in the cabinet, let's just make sure we got the clearance we need. I don't think we need to get too carried away. You guys get the idea here, right? So there you go. Oh, just need enough to get yourself, whatever, down and in there. Clear that little bolt and gain the clearance so you can get your top bolt in your alternator. Righto, wiring. So this, in a roundabout way, can be overthought if you're not careful. Essentially, where it can be overthought is when you have these two harnesses, and well, anybody that cares about the work they're about to do, you don't want to cut anything you don't need to, right? So until you get the harness fully unwrapped, it's a little misleading because you're essentially dealing with what you think is two white wires, okay? But in fact, it's not. These just, whatever, interconnect with one another. So we are going to, like I mentioned earlier, keep this plug, okay? Even though there's one supplied in there, this plug to me looks 100% fine, and I don't see the need in cutting into a uncut harness if we don't have to. So we're going to maintain this guy, but we're going to cut this side off. So what we need to do here is go you just break your cutters. Don't do that. Wowzers. Those were nice little cutters too. So, cut our two power leads, okay, and then we're going to take this end. Let's kind of cut some of this off of here. And then here's where, you do you, okay? Again, the kit supplies some butt connectors. I mean, there's a time and a place for butt connectors, but in my opinion, on the alternator is not one of them, especially when you're dealing with heat and whatever else. So I highly recommend like a solder seal style connector, okay? So, and what these do is essentially, you know what? I grabbed one too big. Let me grab a littler one here and I'll show you what's going on. Well, I could show you with this one. They have solder in the middle of them, okay? Put your wires in there, hit it with a heat gun, and the whole thing shrinks and solders the wire. Stand by here while I get a littler one to do this with. And I don't know, I mean, in theory, you can just stuff these two ends in there and solder them together and you're good, which should be, but I take the extra step and I'll just kind of weave them together to give you an extra little bit of oomph to your connection. Okay, pull your solder seal over there. Center your solder over your wire. Give it the beans. So now we're soldered and we're watertight. And actually, you know what? Something that I just realized that I did, which isn't the end of the world, but I left the battery connected. Oh, that's warm. There we go. Right. that should help us for making the rest of the day that much more interesting. So, okay, that's cooled now. Got a good, proper, tight seal. And I will wrap all this stuff before I put it on. But now, you need a couple eyelets. Well, that is, if you're going to use these original power leads. And again, this is one of those you do you. If you want to use the supplied hardware, great. I'm not gonna. I've got a kit of copper eyelets here that I'll show you. Make sure we got the right size. Yep. Yep. And I'm going to be soldering these guys on here, so we got a really, really good connection. And that's better. Okay, so bear with me. I won't bore you with the soldering operation, but I'll be back with you in a sec once these are all soldered up and tight, heat shrunk, and we'll get this old girl connected. Harness is built. The last thing to do is just connect her up. And now this, well, I guess I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself here. We're going to run this big power wire yet, but okay. Get you back in there. You down in there. Okay, can we get you out of the way for a second, please? I guess it's up to you, however you want to pretty up your harness. Just keep it out of harm's way. Okay, we'll revisit where this guy wants to sit in a minute. Now we got to run our big power cable. Okay, so this end is going to live over here. We'll worry about him in a minute. But for now, we're gonna use my old tape trick. Let's see if I can get this all up here and show you guys one more time. Talked about this on the last video, but give yourself a little wrap of tape. Pull your convoluted tubing over the tape, and then the little cut in the convoluted tubing will slide over your tape, and then wrap your tape, and your convoluted tubing doesn't move. So let's get this guy on the stud, tighten our leads down, our leads, yeah, there's 3 of them on there. And it's up to you, ultimately, where you want to go with this. I mean, I've gone through your little, like, whatever, 4-eye air cleaner piping hole before. In this case, because we're not really wire tucked or anything, I think we're just gonna take this guy down along the kind of apron area here, and then we'll chase it. I don't know if we're gonna have to pull the rad hold downs off. Yeah, we might actually. While those are off, I might put a quick spritz of paint on those too. Might have to shorten our lead there because we got way too much wire, but that's okay. Okay, so we'll once this is in place, we'll go back through and sort of zip tie everything in. But I want to show you my little trick for where we're going to mount this fuse. You kidding me? Is the nut spinning? Oh, boy. Well, that's not good. Get our battery out. And then, the box is naturally full of junk. We're gonna go ahead and hopefully, because this little guy looks pretty rusty, we're gonna go ahead and pull our battery box out. We're gonna knock a couple holes in the bottom of it, and we're gonna mount that fuse right down in here. Well, that was fun. I had to weld a nut to that bottom bolt to get it out. This stupid little deal. So I've since busted the nut off of here so you can have a look at this. Like, look what I was trying to deal with here. I've never seen a bolt that badly charred up and chewed up. Like, this is nuts. Anyway, yeah, welded a nut onto her so I could get it to back out. What a disaster. I mean, it's one of those things that, okay, could have just left the battery tray in there and mounted it somewhere else, but then somebody's gonna have to deal with that battery tray at some point in time if you ever want to take it out. So anyway, took it upon myself to fix it once and for all. We'll get a new bolt in there. It's not like, I mean, maybe it's a little, whatever. The threads are a little rusted up, but I bet you that battery tray hasn't been out of here, well, ever, really. It's crazy. I don't know where all this wood came from, jeez. So essentially here's the deal. I mount my fuse down here in the bottom of the tray. And now some of you may be going, well, yeah, but what happens if a bunch of water gets in there? Well, we're about to drill a couple holes in either end of it on the bottom side so we can run our wire, okay, through the hole. And that actually acts as a drain. And then what else I do is I knock a hole through here. Okay, so drain, 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 essentially, so there's never any chance of moisture being in there. And then in order to mount this appropriately, you kind of have to straddle this guy. Okay, so there'll be a hole here, get yourself a couple of bolts, bolt it down to the bottom, run your wire in, run your wire out. And I mean, the thing is, I guess the argument could be made that, well, what happens if you ever blow a fuse? Well, I'll tell you what, if you blow a 200 amp fuse, you got bigger problems. Nothing crazy here other than we're going to run our alternator lead through into our fuse block. Leave him loose for now. because we got to get a bolt in underneath. Does take a little bit more finagling to make this whole predicament a reality, but gets it out of the way and it doesn't mount it up here on your apron, you know. Right. Good and tight, as the Germans say. Batterie. Now this guy is coming up and going on the battery side of our lead, okay? Not our starter side. Well, depending on what starter you're running and all that good stuff, but okay. Gonna be sending big power to her now. Yeah, so some zip ties, which will create an incognito way of hiding our new big power wire. And we got ourselves a big old charging system. Well, we won the battle. Had a couple battles during that one, funny enough, but anyway, we're all wired, tight, tucked, ready to go. The only thing I got to do is put the rad hold downs back on, but they're over on the cardboard drying here. I ran them through the blaster and put a little paint on them. Went with flat black. I'm going to see how that looks on there. It's not like there's anything underneath this hood that's extra flashy, so I thought maybe the flat black might pull off all right. All right, folks. Now, before we go any further with Betty White, I wanted to have a quick conversation with you surrounding project direction, okay? You can see over my shoulder here, we still have quite a laundry list of things to do. But this came to me during the phone conversation that I had with the owner of this lovely ride here today, and I thought it's probably worth me sharing it with you guys because it is a bit of a psychological exercise whenever you're dealing with a project car. So what's going on here is this car is brand new to the owner. I don't know what length of time he's actually owned it, but I know it's very short. Okay, so let's just say he's had it a few months. And not very mechanically inclined. I mean, I think he's mechanically inclined, but more scared of his abilities and therefore wants me to do what I'm doing with it versus him going down the garden path and getting himself into trouble and potentially messing something up. So anyway, here we are, and he is depending on me to, I guess, help direct the ship, right? As we navigate through these very dark waters at times. At the same time, he wants to get the most value for his money, right? So it can be a little bit of a recipe for disaster because you can get really carried away with what you want to do versus what you should do. Versus, you can look at this so many different ways. So some of the things that are under discussion here, and I mentioned at the beginning of this video, was like changing out the water pump. Now, this water pump, for what it's worth, does look as though it's been changed at some point in time. However, there's indications that it's not leaking, but we're getting into that sweaty territory, okay? And it sounds funny to define leaks in different ways, but it does matter, right? Because it ultimately helps you dictate what direction you should go with something. Now, behind that water pump is the timing cover. And above that water pump, or roughly, off to the north, kind of west, is the thermostat. And then in behind and above all that is the intake manifold. And the timing cover seems to be the area in which things are getting the most sweaty, okay? So what do? Do you change the water pump? Because there's really no sense in taking this water pump off and not putting another, like a newer one on, just to get yourself a fresh start. So if you take the water pump off to chase the timing cover gasket, you may as well put a water pump on it, right? Once the timing cover's off, you check the timing chain. This thing's maybe getting a little stretched, right? Let's put a timing set in it. And then, well, while we're in there, should we maybe pull the cam? I don't know, okay. And then while we're in there, right, we got all the coolant out of it, we may as well throw a thermostat gasket on it, a new thermostat. And then we get all the way in there and we go, you know what? This leak was actually coming from the lower intake manifold, right? Maybe the front china wall's leaking a little bit and, or seeping out, you know, in the corners of the heads where the intake meets the heads. The can of worms that one would open is mind-boggling. And now, pause that for a moment and think to yourself, if all of this was being done just to chase a little bit of a sweat style leak, what's the benefit in spending all of that money chasing what could be never-ending problems when you're not prepared to add any like new exciting oomph to the car, right? Because we're not intending on putting a camshaft in this car right now. We're not intending on putting heads or an intake on it. Down the road possibly, but we're not right now. We're really just chasing these like sweaty leaks because, again, want to get the most bang for the buck, don't want to deal with, you know, little drips on the floor going forward, especially when this car has come to me from about 6 or 7 hours away too, right? So what you get done during the visit matters. Anyway, how we settled all this, and this is, I guess, the point in the rant where I guess you could take this or chalk this up as advice, is I said, you know what? I need to look at this as if it was my car. Would I use my own time, which is technically free to me? Would I use my own time to chase these sweaty leaks? The answer is no. That has been the answer that we've moved forward with, and we are going to just kind of do this with the sweaty leaks, right? Because I just don't see the value in it. Like, and sounds maybe crazy, because I mean, I'm quite literally talking myself out of work here, but I just don't see the value in it for the client, in all honesty. None of these leaks, in my opinion, are going to turn themselves into catastrophic blowout leaks. I mean, I'm 99.9% sure of that. I can't guarantee things, right? But I'm 99.9% sure that none of these leaks are going anywhere from what they already are. And why would we spend all that money just to put like 25-cent gaskets in there? You know, like money and labor, money and time. So you can apply this style of thinking to like every component of a hot rod build, right? These aren't our daily drivers, at least in most cases. That's a little bit of a different scenario, right? Because if you lose a water pump while you're trying to get to work, well, now you're stranded, now you're not getting to work the next day, or you got to rent a car, ask a friend, whatever. These are just hot rods that sit in our garage and we go out on Sundays and cruise in them. So are any of these things catastrophic issues? The answer is no. And so it was my opinion that we skip a lot of this. We leave the water pump that he's already sent me in the box, and we'll leave it in the trunk, and we'll just keep it for next time, because we're not real clear on the end goal or what the next stages of this car build may be, but it will most likely involve a whole bunch of engine upgrades. And at that point in time, we'll just pull this motor right out of here, right? And who knows, maybe we decide at the time, we're not even going to mess with this motor. We're just going to package it up and somebody can have it for whatever they want to pay for it. And we drop in a little 347, right? And call it a day. So, I don't know. This is kind of that never-ending story where you just constantly chase your tail, trying to figure out the best path forward. But I thought I'd share with you the path forward that we've come up with, in the hopes that maybe it helps some other people out there too, if they're sitting around getting themselves into a new little hot rod addition to the family like this fella has, and just the best way to spend your money wisely. Because the last thing you want to do is, well, get yourself way, 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 way down the rabbit hole. And or while you're doing that, you need to ask yourself, am I going to be crossing a lot of these bridges twice? And what's the cost in doing so? And can I put up with what's going on with it now with the intention of fixing all of that later when it's actually justifiable and we can get more bang for our buck and have more fun and go faster and make more noises and all that good stuff? So yeah, I hope that makes sense. I didn't write any of that down. I'm sure it was a little bit all over the place, but like I say, wanted to share it with you guys in the hopes that maybe it helps somebody else clear a bit of a path moving forward in their hot rod build. Moving right along. So quick little hitter here to get us started. Let's get this idler in here. And do I have enough room to squeak this guy in here? Survey says, yeah, buddy. This is squeaking this guy in here is much like getting your alternator in. There's like that sliding, hell, I don't even know what you call it really. It's kind of a, whatever, kind of a steel insert in the aluminum bracket, and it adds some clamping force and kind of cleans things up, or cleans up any gaps that you may have. I didn't think that was in there quite yet, but she got in there, so that's good. Let's see if we got a little bit of a window of opportunity. Oh, we do. It's hard to say which direction it needs to go. Maybe a little bit over. And was that enough? No. Right, so we gotta go up some more. Up and over. See how the love taps did. Okay, trying to warm up the oven here, but come on, mama. Take it. You know you want it. Oh, we're close. There it is. Put on tighten. On the way down with the hoist, I was looking over at the board. I went, oh, right. This emergency brake is not engaging all that well. So I'm gonna, we're gonna adjust the back brakes. I had a quick look at these. Well, it's probably about a month ago now. And everything looks good in here. I believe it's more just an adjustment issue. So we're gonna pop the little adjustment cover off the back here. And I guess, well, for reference here, what we need to do while this is on here is we need to make it so this isn't going on. So these are way out of adjustment. And in theory, these things do adjust themselves, but, or like take into account adjustments on their own, but not always. Every once in a while, you got to give them a little helping hand. So what we're going to be adjusting here is this little screw that essentially, as you turn it, it separates your pads outward and adjusts them accordingly out, so you've got the appropriate amount of play from your shoes to your drum here. And yeah, this is not good. We want to get rid of all that. And like I say, I think this is most likely going to fix our emergency brake cable issue. It'll most definitely tighten things up back here. I guess you guys probably won't be able to hear these little clicks that I'm listening for, but you'll hear that adjuster. Okay, we're still loose, but I'll show you here on one of these. So essentially what we're doing is, if I can get it to do one. Let's go from this angle. So every time you peel up on that, it's almost like a little gear. That moves, separates this guy out. It's a screw in there and tightens up your shoes. And you want it so that you don't have all this going on in there. Like, we're actually just starting to kind of get a bit of a bite on it now. Still pretty loose. It's starting to bite on the drum now, at least. Still got a little ways to go. Anyway, this is kind of the program. Just go, you can hear it clicking now. Go back and forth, adjusting it so many clicks at a time. Don't go too far, and then you got to come back and get yourself to a point where everything's nice and tight, and you can like just barely feel it start to drag on there. Good morning, ladies and gents. Okay, we got some kind of quick hitters here today. Fluids. We got brake fluid to do, and we got power steering fluid to do. And I got some appointments this afternoon, so I'm hoping to be able to bang these out quickly. So we're gonna do a brake fluid flush and a power steering fluid flush. Trying to time my conversation around my hoist clicks. So, talking like a robot here. On the locks. Okay, how greasy are you guys gonna be? Fairly. Let me bring you guys in here so you can kind of see what we're looking at here. So we are going to pull off our lines to our cooler, as Ford would call it, which is nothing more than, I think it might even be aluminum. Anyway, pipe that runs up and kind of gets some frontward windage, and in theory cools down your power steering fluid. So we got to pull both these lines off, which can be a little messy. So let's grab our oil catch. Whether or not these, oh, actually that hose is kind of loose. These typically aren't. They'll like, usually they're impregnated on there. You know what, we could get this heated up, overheated. Air dam. Actually, I don't think that's the technical term for it, but See if we can scoop this guy out from the back. At least start him. Be kind to your old clips. I mean, you could always replace them, but if you don't have any laying around, you want to try and be kind to them. Come on, bud. Puh. There we go. That'll give us a little more real estate. All right. See if we can catch as much fluid as possible as we remove this guy. Should maybe use my clip puller again. Nothing worse than yarding on a hose and driving your elbow into something. Oh, the anticipation of fluid flying everywhere is just got my spidey senses peaking right now. You know, I got to be careful filming videos the way that I'm starting to film videos like this, because I spend all day talking to you guys and then I go about my regular non-filmed life and I find myself talking to myself. And well, with me being in a new country, that's probably not a good habit to establish. Walking around talking to myself. Oh, okay. That might be the little bump we wanted. Oh, moving. There we go. Alrighty. Ooh, look at that nastiness. There is barely even a tinge of red in that. And now, I guess maybe there's a possibility somebody's ran motor oil. I've seen that before in their power steering pump. That's not advisable at all. The fluid you want to run in this system is just good old-fashioned ATF. Ford recommended. I mean, if you want to get real fancy, you could go Motorcraft if you can find it. Motorcraft ATF, but not Mercon, not Mercon V. Just good old-fashioned, down and dirty ATF. There he is. Oh, you little dirtbag. Okay, so just some logistics here. The one we just took off is what comes from the pump itself. The bottom one that we first removed is what comes from the rack. And what we're going to do here is, well, let this stuff drain out of here a little bit. We are going to want to get, looks like it's doing it itself nicely, but we'll maybe throw a shot of brake clean in here and some compressed air, which can be dangerous if you're not prepared for that. Definitely don't hit her with 150 PSI or you're going to have old nasty fluid flying everywhere. But anyway, we just want to make sure we got that cooler cleaned out and all this dirt off of the lines, and we obviously don't want to contaminate a closed hydraulic system. So we'll get that all blown out, cleaned out nice, and then we're going to plug this guy so we don't lose any of the new fluid that we're going to put into the power steering pump. So we'll plug the line that goes up to the pump, and we'll put new fluid in the reservoir, and then we're going to spin the pump out fluid until we see nice red brand new ATF coming out the line. And then we're also going to turn the wheel and we're going to pump fluid through the rack, new fluid, get rid of all the old fluid, and freshen this system up. In theory, we should quiet our whiny little infamous Ford power steering pump down, and make this whole system a heck of a lot happier. Okay, so I'm gonna have to kind of talk you through some of this because I don't know how else to give you all the camera angles here, but I'll give you the one that I think is probably the most important, which is seeing all this fluid come out, and or how you gotta spin the pulley. I don't think you guys need to see me putting fluid in the power steering pump right now. Okay, we got about, I don't know, a little over a third of a quart in there. And then we're gonna come under and we're gonna spin the pulley. And watch all that awfulness come out of there. Now you don't want to get too aggressive on your pulley spinning because we got the cap off our power steering pump and it is a little bit of a violent situation in there when this thing's spinning quickly. So you don't want to be throwing fluid all over the place. But let's head up there, we'll throw some more in it. It kind of removes your guys' view of things, but I think you're getting the hint. I just want to bring this up some so when I turn the wheel on the car, that can be a little bit of a more of a violent squirt. I just want to make sure I'm not blasting oil all over my wall here. You don't have to go lock to lock or anything, but you know, a couple of good back and forths. Okay, folks, so we are all bled out here. Maybe just to, well, take my word for it. You can probably see the red drop coming off there. I was gonna say I'll pump a little bit more through there just to show you, but then I gotta wait for it all to kind of slowly gravity feed out of there. So the only other piece of advice I can give you here is, you know, go back and forth a couple times, turn your wheel a few times, pump the steering gear full of fluid, go back, turn the wheel. Probably 2 or 3 times is enough, just until you get red fluid, good fresh red ATF type F coming out of your hose. And from this point, hook your lines back up and then bleed the system out. And that's not rocket science either, okay? Like, keep the cap off, fire up the car, you know, get the pump going, be ready to add fluid. Wait, let me rephrase all that because that could be convoluted. So before you fire the car up, get your fluid level topped up to your, you know, cold add line, and then fire your car up. Be ready to add more fluid because it's going to burp and pull some fluid into the system and whatever. It's got to load it all up. And don't panic, you will see some burps. That's the whole idea behind it, is you're trying to get all the air out of the system. But just add as needed and pay close attention to your cold add line and your hot add line, okay? Don't overfill it or you're going to have a mess on your hands. Anyway, hopefully the second attempt at me explaining that makes more sense. But yeah, just hook your lines up from here and don't forget to bleed it. Well, I got the ladder out and we're in the mood to do fluids. We got to do a brake fluid flush. Now, what I do when I'm doing a full-blown flush of a sealed system, so I don't introduce any more unneeded air, well, any air at all, because in theory it shouldn't have any in there, is I pull out as much fluid as I can with my wife's former turkey baster and a jug. Actually, I think I stole that out of her kitchen as well. So situate yourself in such a way that you can kind of suck and push and go back and forth without spilling brake fluid anywhere. If you've ever caught any of my videos brake related, you'll know that there is an absolute, like, brake fluid is a cancerous substance to car paint. So do not mess around with brake fluid. And for the record, that is not how brake fluid should look. That is not the color you want it to be. It should be a nice golden brown. I've never looked very hard for an actual stat from Ford, specifically to these cars, on what the brake fluid change interval is. I'm sure it's written somewhere there in the service recommendations. But I think these days most vehicles recommend that you do brake fluid, like, it's actually a lot more often than you'd think, like once a year. And when you understand brake fluid, if you want to put yourself to sleep at night, do some recon on brake fluid and what it's designed to do and how it works. It's designed to essentially, well, first and foremost, be a hydraulic fluid, and secondly, ruin itself. It absorbs water, and because you don't want any of that foreign substance in your braking system at all. So with that in mind, with it being designed to essentially forfeit its own life, you realistically should change it a heck of a lot more often than you think. Okay, I'm kind of running out of room to pull much more out of here. I mean, the idea is this just kind of saves you some time from having to pump all this old stuff through the system, okay? So do yourself a favor and save yourself some pumping action if you are manually pumping the fluid through your system, and just suck as much of this old stuff out as you can before you start adding new and bleeding it out the bottom side on all four corners on your brake bleeders. So now I'm going to put some fresh stuff in here, and then my process behind all this is I'll air bleed all four corners, which I'm fully aware of the fact that not everyone has the capability of doing an air bleed, but that's how I do it here at my shop. So I'll air bleed them all, and then I bring in my trusty mechanics assistant, aka my beautiful bride, and she does some pumping of the pedal, gets her legwork out, and I just confirm all four corners that I got all the air out. Now, I'm not worried about pulling air out of this system, because in theory, well, not in theory, I've driven the car. The brake system works just fine, so there shouldn't be any air, but you never know. There could be some hiding in there. So anyway, we'll just confirm with her doing a final manual pump, and that's pretty much how I go about bleeding this brake system. All right, folks, well, we ran into a bit of a hiccup. So our bleeder on the passenger front side, and I've actually since found out the passenger driver side as well, is not transmitting any fluid through its little port and out the top. So first fix was took it out, blew some compressed air through it, thought that might fix the problem. It has not. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do here is I'm going to try and, I guess where I'm going with this is I have a funny feeling that the parts store is going to tell me I got to replace the whole caliper just to fix this bleeder, and I don't think there's anything wrong with this caliper, nor do I think the client's wanting to change front calipers. Now, I'm sure he will if we have to or whatever, but I don't think this is necessary. Could you make the argument that they should maybe be rebuilt? I don't know, I guess, but they are working. So it's one of those things, don't fix it unless it's broken. Try to be mindful of the money you're spending, so on and so forth. So I'm going to take this guy and the one on the driver's side, because like I mentioned, it's not transmitting any fluid through it as well. And I'm going to throw these in some muriatic acid. This is an old hot rod or carburetor trick for cleaning out tiny little holes and ports. And it's a quick bath. I don't want to really give any advice on how to do this because I don't want to be liable for you melting a hole in your house or your shop or your bench or whatever. But anyway, I am going to throw these in a quick little bath in muriatic acid, see if I can't get out whatever's inside these holes that could be binding this guy up from transmitting fluid, and see if we can't get back in business here with nothing more than a quick little acid bath. So stand by, I'll keep you posted. Science experiment failed. Now this old bleeder looks a heck of a lot better. The acid did a heck of a job cleaning the rust up, but for some reason, there's something lodged in there that doesn't want to come loose. Who knows, maybe it's a rock. Acid would probably eat the metal before it ate the rock. So I was fortunate enough, however, though, to find a universal Dorman kit. So we're gonna get some new bleeders in here and get back to the bleeding business. Okay, we're all flushed up, but we got a couple of quick hitters here to get off the list. We got some new headlights for this old Fox. Getting rid of the old halogens and going to an LED set. Now I'm unfamiliar with these headlights, as I typically am because there's so many options to pick from, but oh, these look pretty fancy actually. Built-in cooling fans. Oh yeah. I think these would be alright. Okay, let's get these headlights out of here. See what these are like to get the rings on. Oh, dang, and somebody somewhere over the years broke one of the tabs, which is sadly enough usually the case. You're out. Now these guys, in order to get the ring on, they've usually got like a, oh, there it is, a twist and a release. And you get your ring on. And then we retwist. In theory. Okay, I think we're there. Yep. Beauty. Let's plug this guy in now. Hopefully. Doesn't seem to have seated all the way in there. Oh, there he goes. Geez, that's a positive snap. Get you in your new home. Okay, in there like swimwear. Let's throw the headlights on. Let's see what we're dealing with. How about we put the headlights on and not just the markers? Oh yeah, look at that. We're in the 21st century with this old Fox now. Jeez, look at those, hey? Like, how did I get around for so many years and keep it between the ditches dealing with those units? Well, anyone watching that's been around these cars as long as some of us have, like, what a stark contrast that is. I mean, you're driving under candlelight with those original halogens. That's wild. Unbelievable. And now I didn't pay any attention if, oh, they do the dual beam too. Like, check out the difference there. Watch the old beam. Like, you can't even flash somebody to tell them their high beams are on with those. It's unbelievable. Quick hitter here, folks. I got the cluster out, and I've actually got the HVAC controls loose as well, because we're gonna throw some LED bulbs in her. Can't just freshen up the headlights without freshening up the cluster, right? And I wanted to just show you a little aside that I don't know if too many people know, or for those that know, you can skip, I guess, whatever. But when you go to swap these bulbs out, if you're just trying to do an illumination upgrade, which is what we're about to do, if you pay really close attention to like the copper inlay here that actually feeds power to all these bulbs, you'll see ILL. That's your illumination bulb. That one, where else are we here? That one. We've got another one in here somewhere. This guy, I believe, there's 6 here and here. This one's a little hard to see, but I think that's also an illumination bulb. Anyway, just wanted to point that out to you. This isn't rocket science, folks, either. You know, like 194s, make sure you get them shallow. Or, yeah, these are pretty shallow. The little rounded tops, like these aren't going to be any deeper or bigger. Maybe just slightly. But some of them that you can get are actually quite a bit bigger, and you'll have a heck of a time trying to fight them in there. So anyway, make sure you get the low profile ones. Recording? Sadie Spielberg? Okay, I got Sadie helping me here out today. Actually, I got the whole family here today trying to get a few things done, and I picked away at a couple quick little hitters that, well, quite honestly, I didn't film, but I'll just talk you through them real quick. So, you want to come around here, bub, and show the folks the map pockets. Okay, we tightened those up, quick and easy fix. Essentially, you're just tightening up your whatever stretchy stuff. What's the technical term, Sades? Elastic? Yeah,
sure.
Tightening up your elastic. So I did that on both doors, and then had the center console out because we've got a no mirror issue. Actually, driver's side mirror goes up, down, not sideways, and that mirror does not work at all. Diagnosed it as a bad switch. So we got a switch in the mail. Now, something else that I've got to tend to, but we're actually not going to do on this video, okay, is we've got a leak in the window area. So what's going on here? Here, Sades, can you hold the camera? Maybe here? Stand here. Here. And kind of point it up here, okay? So this window's got an awful lot of play in it, for starters, and they will move a bit, but I'm a little concerned that this may be too much. So what's going on here is, as this window comes up to the top, okay, it's sealed that time, so if it's rocked, which way? Forward, maybe? Okay, here, let me see the camera, actually.
Yeah.
If you look up in the corner here, ooh, it's hard to see, but, oh, you know, maybe it's not. We got an air gap up here. Now, we can rectify this air gap manually, so that's as far up as this wants to go. Now we're tight. I got a feeling that, I'm hoping it's not the window bushing, even though those are cheap, but it's something we'd have to order. But I think, okay, there you can see the gap, hey? Look at, yeah. I can pretty much stick my finger through there. That's gonna let in an awful lot of water. So we gotta deal with that. That'll actually be up next. But because I'm trying to do something in real quick fashion, because Sadie Spielberg wants to go and get something to eat.
I haven't eaten in 4 hours.
Oh my God, you're kidding me. So we're gonna do a real quick hitter here. This is actually a little bit of a surprise for the customer because he wanted me to put something on his car that deems it as, well, I've worked on it, right? Kind of put my mark on it. And I'm not real crazy about that type of stuff. I don't know if it's just being raised the way I was or what, but I operate more on the humble scale of things, and that stuff is, I don't know, it's weird for me to get my head around, but I'm very honored to be able to do this, and I found a way to do it in a really subtle way. So what we're gonna do is replace his third brake light with a Castle third brake
Can I show
light.
them?
Yeah, you can show them. I'll start unplugging this and you show them.
Ta-da! This is little capsule lights. Don't you have that on mint?
Yep, we do,
Can I show them? Here. So this is what it should potentially look like after finish. Can't really see it because the back window's shaded, but it's like.
So Sades, you got to step on the brake light. We'll show them when it's all lit
Yeah.
up, but
Yeah.
come and we'll just show them what I'm doing here quick. So I've just unplugged the filament bulbs from that upper third brake light area. We are only going to utilize one of them when we plug in this new Castle LED one, which is from Classic LEDs, I should add. Travis over at Classic LEDs. I'll try to put a link to his webpage down in the description of the video. But yeah, we're only going to use one of these. We'll just pull the bulb and tape this guy up so he's not grounding out on anything. But the reason that I wanted to do this is, if you show these folks, Sades, you can see, because this car, well, I'm willing to say it's never had tint on the back window. This guy is not only dirty, but definitely faded. So I think what we'll do is pull this out of the car now. I've got some red interior dye. We'll scuff this guy down and paint it, and then he'll be ready to go and drop in. Drop in when it's all painted up. So you can keep showing the folks what we're doing here from the outside, buddy. This is kind of nice having a cameraman because very rarely do I have the ability to actually show folks what I'm doing. So you show them through the back window what's going on here, and they should still be able to hear me with my mic, I think.
Oh, and very rarely I come here, so it's, yeah. That's why it says it's nice to have a cameraman.
Are you telling them what we're doing? Okay, that one screw.
This angle is so
weird,
bad.
like it didn't want to back out the whole way, which is not a good sign. That guy came all the way out.
You can hardly fit.
I don't know if getting Sadie on the camera is a good idea. Oh, there he goes. Okay, perfect.
Well, did you guys
We're
hear that
out.
peel?
Okay.
It's like a.
Maybe hit this rear parcel shelf with some compressed air and blow the dust off it too.
So, screw the 2 screws out from the sides, and then it should come off. Might be a
Okay,
little stuck, but.
check that out.
Ta-da!
This unit's definitely seen some sun, right?
Yeah.
So
I
that's
like
even,
the color. It's like red velvet almost.
well, kind of a rusty color almost, hey? Okay,
It reminds
now
me of my favorite dessert.
let's pull this guy apart real quick.
The angle I was filming you from
Yeah.
when you were in the car, it looked like you could hardly fit.
Well, it's a little
In
bit
the
of a
car
tight
is
squeeze
like a-
back there. Don't ask me how I know how tight it is in the back seat of a Foxbody. What are you laughing at? Okay. Oh, and this guy.
The way you looked at me.
Are you just randomly showing folks the side of the table, or are you showing them what I'm doing?
No, I'm showing them what you're doing.
Okay, good.
It's just like a little zoomed out of the camera, so.
Because I do have the power to fire Sadie Spielberg, you know that, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, now, in order to get this all the way out in a clean manner, there's these 2 tabs here that you've got to, like, knock out of the...
Here, what tabs? Those
this,
2 little...
Yeah, it's kind of like 2 little plastic welded tabs.
It's that little thing right there.
So what we're going to do is... Here, bear with me, Sades. Unless you want to come with me. I just got to grab my torch.
A torch? Why
Yep.
do you have a torch? Oh, never mind.
For burning stuff.
Burning stuff.
Yeah.
That reminds me of the
Ready?
book we read in school. Whoa! It's called The Invention of Hugo Cabret. It's pretty good.
So we're going to make ourselves a little bit of a hot knife here.
If you need like a, whoa, what is it?
Nice and hot.
If you need a smaller knife, there's one in Mom's truck.
Is there?
It's just like that, yeah. Whoa.
So, being that this thing is as hot as it is, we barely even have to lay into it to get it to fall through there.
That's,
Neat, hey?
yeah.
Might need a little more heat.
Right?
Yep.
Get on more. It's like a spark. Wait. There's like a spark on the knife. Just don't bend your hand.
Okay, I think we're through both. You hear it sizzling?
Kinda. I might be able to hear it because of your mic.
Okay. And we're out.
She peels off. I thought you were gonna like dig under the tab and it was like,
Ooh, nice and clean, so we can glue her back together when we're done.
it's like they didn't give much of a job spray painting the inside. But it's fair.
Now,
I mean,
if I remember correctly.
wait, flip it back over.
We gotta pop the reflector out of here.
If you would have flipped it back over, it would look like a smiley face opening its mouth.
Oh.
It's the vision I saw in it.
The commentation of this how-to is going to be intense, eh?
Yep.
Oh boy, she's a little sticky. I think you want to come out of there, old girl.
It's so weird how the color of the redness on the brake light is like so like vibrant. It looks like it's turned on when it's not.
Okay, we got the front out. There we
Oh,
go.
there we go.
Okay, that's out. And this thing's fairly modular.
Is it like
Jeez,
bumpy?
I do not
Actually,
want to break
obviously
this.
it's bumpy. You might want to push it from that.
Well, see the little tabs?
Oh yeah. You could like.
Hey, pay attention to what you're filming there. You're gonna make the poor folks at home feel like they want to throw up. Oh, jeepers, this thing's... There we go. Okay, and
There.
we're dismantled. So now,
This is Ford.
what we're gonna do is make this thing look a little less rusty. So we'll give it a dusting of paint, and then we're going to... So Travis has kind of designed these in such a way that they bounce into place there, right?
Yeah.
And then
It's a little off course, but still.
because we're rocking a non-tinted back window, we will be putting our red, not reflector, but
Light.
yeah, our red plastic jobby back in there. And then the other thing that I like to do is take some black like Gorilla Tape and just close off some of the gaps here so you don't get any reflection or weird little lighting imperfections. But that's more to come, I guess, as we unfold this. So I'll just scuff this down, hit it with some red, And then we'll take Miss Spielberg for lunch.
Yeah.
Dinner, actually. Hey, what is it?
Yeah,
It's 5
dinner
o'clock.
by now.
Okay, that's kind of the third brake light breakdown. I'll show you guys what's going on here once it's all painted up.
Yep. Bye.
All right, Sadie Bug Spielberg. Monday, we're all dry, right? Turned out all right, hey?
Yeah.
Way better than that rusty orange that we were dealing with before. So now we get to just quickly put this together because we don't have a lot of time to work on stuff today, right? Because today's a pretty special day,
Yep.
right? What's going on today?
It's Mama's birthday.
It is Mama Bear's big old birthday. I don't think she'd be too happy with us if we told the folks at home how old she is. Because the old bird looks pretty good for how many trips around the sun she's got, hey?
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Okay, let's just show everybody at home what it looks like. Lit up. So we're gonna unplug these. And we're gonna plug that guy in there. Okay, and this is just kind of temporary to show everybody, but yeah, I got the keys. Okay, you focus on that and let's light this thing up. Then we'll figure out what's going on with these screws. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Woo!
What were you plugging your ears for? How's it look?
I remember what happened at that car show.
How's it look?
Really good.
Yeah?
It almost looks like more vibrant than your one.
Does it? Well, maybe Travis has changed the LEDs. Here, you hit the brakes. I want to have a look.
Wait, which one's brake?
The middle pedal. It's the only one you should be worried about when you start driving.
Okay, ready?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Now we're cooking with gas. Okay, thanks, bud.
Welcome.
Moving right along, ladies and gents, we got a door panel off here. Trying to figure out what's going on with this window. So my initial thought was maybe these guide bushings were done for, but they actually don't look too bad. They look as if they've been replaced at one point in time too. This was my initial thought, was this bushing and this lower bushing down in here may be bad, but they seem to be about as, maybe not as good as new, but pretty darn close to as good as new. Now, something that's got me a little curious here is this is one of your adjustments right here on the rod, and you can see here it has been moved at one point in time. You got another point down here which kind of lets the rod go in and out as well, and then you've got another point right here, this guide, and I mean things got quite a bit of play here. So what I'm going to do, which is going to be difficult to take you along for the ride on here, is I'm going to run this window up and get it to where I want it to sit in the run channel. And then I'm going to mess around with these adjustments and see if I can't find a happy point. I can't help but think that I can at least move this guy forward to where it looks like it probably lived from the factory. And that may help us a little bit. I think things are just out of alignment here, and that's where we're kind of getting this weird walking action. The other thing I'm going to do is lube up these channels. These are like bone dry, like there's no grease on them whatsoever. So we're going to lube up the run channel here, or the shaft, or hell, I don't know what the technical term for it is, and just do a little adjusting here and see if we can't get this guy to roll up in place and seal this window up in the top corner a little better. She gets tight at the top with these aftermarket run channels, but it's sealing now, and I can't force it up any further. Okay, well, I think we're in business, folks. Other than greasing these guys up, which I'll go get the old Wiener Schleider and throw a little bit of that on there. But I guess moral of the story here is just horse around with your adjustment points here enough. Don't overthink it. I definitely just kind of was. And, you know, just mess with 16ths of an inch or 32nds of an inch, whatever you got to do. But first and foremost, make sure that while your rod's lubed and these bushings are good, and you'll get them to seal. I'm gonna do the same for the other side here. So let's go get the lube and get this other guy rocking and rolling too. Okay, so we've got a little bit of a situation going on with the floorboards of this Foxbody. Now, there are going to be some people that strongly disagree with what I'm about to say, and there are going to be some people that strongly agree with what I'm going to say. Regardless of the potential argument that we could get into in the comments on this video, allow me to explain and hear me out. So what we have going on here is some cracking. We also have, I don't believe that this is a crack. I believe that this is some sort of, we got a little loose on a Friday night and maybe ended up going into the tulies backwards, and something has caught the floorboards here and kind of given it a little bit of a tear. Over here, we have another slight crack. Now, the controversial part of what I'm about to say is I have seen this happen in cars in the past, and I've seen it occur in cars that have never been down the drag strip before. I've just seen it as a thing that can happen in unibody cars every once in a while. And as you can see, this car does have a set of shorter length subframe connectors on it. So we do not know how long these have been on the car. For all we know, they've been on the car since it was new, or they were put on after the fact, or maybe someone noticed some of this cracking and went, hey, let's put some subframe connectors on here. I somewhat doubt that that was the thinking, because they most likely, I would think, would have repaired some of this if they put these on after noticing some of the cracking. Regardless of all that, we can speculate till we're blue in the face. The reality of it all is I've got to fix it. So I'm going to do some floorboard body work. In order to fix this, well, I'm going to have to bring this side of this tear down. So what I think I'm going to do is drill a small hole on this side, and I'm going to get my slide hammer and try and bump this down so we can close this hole up. These ones, a little simpler to fix. It's just going to be some tack welding, like you're kind of welding a new panel into a car, and then grind the tack welds down and seam seal it, similar to this one. This one's quite minor. All right, bottom side of the car has been prepped and painted. Not seam sealed yet. I just wanted to provide you with a quick little update as to how things are looking. I did not weld anything from the inside of the car here. This is all done from outside of the car, but I'm prepping and I'm going to seam seal both inner and outside. This is where our hole was. And I'll show you the other side here. Right there. Okay. Let's put a little bit on the front here. Sorry, I guess you can't really see what I'm doing, can you, bud?
Not really, but it's working.
I think everybody will get the hint. Be a little easier to see underneath the car.
Yo.
I might get you to do double duty here.
Uh-oh.
You're gonna run light too. Okay. You gotta come behind me maybe. So we're gonna re-seam seal this.
Quite the vibrant color on camera.
Is it?
This one's new. It's the outside one.
All right, ladies and gents, old school install today. We got an off-road H-pipe from LAR Performance, and we got a Flowmaster catback. This is the American Thunder, which translates into a set of Super 44 series mufflers. So not the old school 40s, they don't make those in a catback system anymore, but believe it or not, the Super 44s are actually slightly louder than the old school 40s that we all know and love. First course of business, we got to get these all original tailpipe sections, which are attached to the mufflers, off in one piece. I do not want to cut these things at all because I think these are an absolute piece of history. Okay, folks, this should be fun. I will try and do this while commentating and hopefully not ruining this for your children if they're in the room. The language could get rowdy. Okay, let's get you out of there. Now we'll let her down. We gotta pry those loose. That's gonna be fun. We should maybe get some Wiener Schleider so they move on there a little easier, aka a little PB blaster. Load them up like it's Saturday night and the wife's got a couple glasses of wine in her. Okay. Now, if I was more of an exhaust shop, I'd probably have a set of those fancy pliers that will allow you to pry these things off the rubbers, but I don't. So we're going old school channel locks, and hopefully that'll be enough to bump these through. Oh yeah, we got her started anyway. So the trick is, if you don't know this trick already, is kind of widen out your channel locks. Hope the hell you can hook one side on the rubber, one side on the little knob, and get it started at least. Come on. Oh, there it went. Sorry, don't mind all the heavy breathing, which is rather ironic after I just cut a whole bunch of jokes about Wiener Schleider. Dang, these things are a pain. If I'm gonna start yarding on this thing heavy, I should probably put a pair of gloves on, because if and when I slip off and drive my hand into something, holy Dinah, we're almost there. Okay, there it is. Good grief. 50% of the way there. Yay. Okay, and there we go. Now, the front ones, which are hopefully a little looser, but a similar format. Where'd we put the good time juice? These ones are a little more honed out. I'm wondering if they may pop through a little easier. Famous last words. Oh, we got her started, folks. That was a good little bump. Okay, down. Now the fun part. You gotta be smarter than the muffler and the tailpipe. Now, I wonder if we move this shock back. Kind of making me regret putting these shocks on. I mean, I like a challenge, but is that going to give me any more real estate to work with? Can get this guy down a little bit more. Maybe I should just pull that right out of the way. Okay. Ho, 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 ho. Winner, winner. Maybe not the most graceful dismount, but we did it. Well, one anyway. Good night. Okay. Definitely working up a sweat. Let's get this fella out the way. Oh, we're losing springs. Wonder what the chances are I get one of those in the noodle while we're doing this. I mean, I guess for what it's worth. Let's save ourselves the headache. Okay. All right. I haven't even popped this one through the rubber yet. Getting all excited here. Okay. Come on, you little bugger. Get out of there. Okay, we got her. Right. So, quick funny little story for you, for those of you that are still sticking around listening to this huff and puff fest. Good buddy of mine, Blaine, we used to go and hang out at his shop, and his old man was just an absolute gem of a guy. Still is. He's still alive, Mitch. And he'd be teaching us this or that, or, you know, we'd be working on something. And he'd have a little moment, like a win, like I just did. And he'd go, "Boys, I figured it out." And we'd all come running over. What'd you figure out? He'd say, "Bow gear, jump the heifer shaft, pop the weenie." I'm like, "What the hell does that mean?" He goes, "I don't know, but I got her figured out." So anyway, I was gonna pull that one off, but I figured not many people watching would know what the hell I was talking about. Okay. Now you want to come out of there easier than your twin, don't you? I know you do. We got the little breather on this side of the diff, which makes matters a little worse. Phil next fighting us a bit. Now, I wonder, instead of going the way I am going, no, I don't think we can twist this thing out the other way. No. That's gonna get way too goofy. Dang, and I can't get this diff down much more. So all of a sudden we're binding the whole drive line up. I know you can come out of here because I did this on the vert without cutting you, so I know it's possible. Even though maybe you want me to cut you, I'm gonna do my darndest not to. I wanna see you come out in one piece. Maybe live a nice, quiet, retired life. Hey? Come on, you old bag. Get out of here. Dang. Getting hung up on the diff breather here. Like it's sort of forcing me to stay in the position that I am. Oh, folks. What are we up against here now? We're in like winning territory here. Oh, okay. I think I'm just, okay, we're just touching the fuel lines with that hanger, but I think it should go around them. Maybe. Yeah, you guys will get out of the way and let me sneak through there, I think. Oh, yeah. Did her. Full gear jump the heifer shaft, boys. Boom. Whew. Right. So with that out, that ready to go, let's see. Oh, and we got a spider. Let's see what we're dealing with here. One noisemaker, two noisemakers, okay, this all looks proper and legit. Then we got the purdy stuff. We got 2.5-inch tails, polished tips. And some hardware. Pretty straightforward, ladies and gentlemen. Worst part about this is going to be getting it all straight, but I do have a case of OCD, so we'll see how good we can do. Now, we are limited to how this was manufactured. Obviously, it's built in a jig, but bolt-on does not always mean bolt-on and be straight. I guess it all depends on how anal you are with this type of stuff, but I'm very anal with it. So I have been known to spend way too many hours, more hours than I'd like to admit, farting around with, you know, prefabbed pieces to make them work. So let's get into it and see how we do. Okay, let's get this guy somewhat squared away here. Not that I want to start messing around with level and all that stuff too much right now, but I kind of, excuse me, do at the same time. See if I can get my level to fire up here. Okay, pretty close to flat there. And everything seems to be pretty flat side to side. All right, let's drape a muffler in here. Kind of see what we're dealing with. Okay, so here you can see, well, let's put this guy on. in order to have this muffler flat, we got to be way up here. Well, sorry, right in and around there. We're almost like, this is 2.5 inch pipe, so we're like 2.5 inches off with the H pipe level to have this muffler level. This is where the whole bolt-on situation gets interesting, right? Well, folks, here's what we're dealing with. We do not have a cohesive fitting unit at all. I was able to get tailpipes in the mufflers. It was a fight. So there's that about that. I mean, I don't even know where to start with you here. Let's maybe start with just where this over axle system sits in relation to the axle, okay? Like, we are, depends on which side you look at. I mean, this side's got a little more clearance, but I'm just gonna give you a point of reference here. We'll go under the vert. Now, this system, I would say, well, this side is a little tight. Actually, and you can see it rubs, right? Probably when I smash a big old bump. Like this is tight, right? This side, well, maybe I've caught it a couple times, but who knows? That could have even been marked up when I was putting it on. The reality of this is, like, this over axle section fits over the axle. This, however, does not. Like, we're going to be hitting axle for sure as soon as we put weight on this car. Both sides, actually, yeah, this side's even worse. So, okay, maybe more on that in a minute. Here, like, the tailpipe's right on the fuel lines and it's hitting like the floor of the trunk. You know, the whole thing needs to move forward. Like, look at this disaster. Up in here, I mean, you know, lots of frame rail clearance. We're looking pretty good here. I mean, it's just pretty much from the mufflers back. And again, folks, like, this is air quote bolt on, right? Couple hours in your driveway on a Sunday. I have the added luxury here of a hoist, which is nice, but it still doesn't make this all that fun. I mean, how close are we here to the spare tire and trunk floor? We got clearance, I guess, as long as it doesn't move too much. You kind of want to deal with at least 1/2 inch of clearance everywhere, just to give everything enough breathing room to do what it needs to do. But yeah, like, this side is not good at all. Like, sure, we can pull those fuel lines out of the way, but you can't be hitting the pan of the floor of the trunk. Yeah, like, we're real close here too. It's just, yeah. Okay, so I guess tailpipe section. I mean, I could start cutting, you know, sections of the tailpipe off, but, you know, we just spent a lot of money on this kit. Like, this shouldn't be what you have to do. And at what point do you start running into too much trouble? I mean, I guess a person could sit here and maybe run the math on how much needs to be cut off here in order to clear the diff back here, but I don't know. Trying to just get a gauge for how much pipe we have in there. Like, we don't have a whole lot of pipe in there. Maybe at most 2 inches. And there's no way we can cut 2 inches back, because I mean, this thing starts to curve right away, and we're going to start messing with the geometry when we start to bend or curve like a piece of pipe into here. Okay, so well, folks, here's what we're dealing with. We do not have a cohesive fitting unit at all. I was able to get tailpipes in the mufflers. It was a fight. So there's that about that. I mean, I don't even know where to start with you here. Let's maybe start with just where this over axle system sits in relation to the axle, okay? Like, we are, depends on which side you look at. I mean, this side's got a little more clearance, but I'm just gonna give you a point of reference here. We'll go under the vert. Now, this system, I would say, well, this side is a little tight. Actually, and you can see it rubs, right? Probably when I smash a big old bump. Like this is tight, right? This side, well, maybe I've caught it a couple times, but who knows? That could have even been marked up when I was putting it on. The reality of this is, like, this over axle section fits over the axle. This, however, does not. Like, we're going to be hitting axle for sure as soon as we put weight on this car. Both sides, actually, yeah, this side's even worse. So, okay, maybe more on that in a minute. Here, like, the tailpipe's right on the fuel lines, and it's hitting like the floor of the trunk. You know, the whole thing needs to move forward. Like, look at this disaster. Up in here, I mean, you know, lots of frame rail clearance. We're looking pretty good here. I mean, it's just pretty much from the mufflers back. And again, folks, like, this is air quote bolt on, right? Couple hours in your driveway on a Sunday. I have the added luxury here of a hoist, which is nice, but it still doesn't make this all that fun. I mean, how close are we here to the spare tire and trunk floor? We got clearance, I guess, as long as it doesn't move too much. You kind of want to deal with at least 1/2 inch of clearance everywhere, just to give everything enough breathing room to do what it needs to do. But yeah, like, this side is not good at all. Like, sure, we can pull those fuel lines out of the way, but you can't be hitting the pan of the floor of the trunk. Yeah, like, we're real close here too. It's just, yeah. Okay, so I guess tailpipe section. I mean, I could start cutting, you know, sections of the tailpipe off, but, you know, we just spent a lot of money on this kit. Like, this shouldn't be what you have to do. And at what point do you start running into too much trouble? I mean, I guess a person could sit here and maybe run the math on how much needs to be cut off here in order to clear the diff back here, but I don't know. Trying to just get a gauge for how much pipe we have in there. Like, we don't have a whole lot of pipe in there. Maybe at most 2 inches. And there's no way we can cut 2 inches back, because I mean, this thing starts to curve right away, and we're going to start messing with the geometry when we start to bend or curve like a piece of pipe into here. Before we get too carried away with cutting anything towards the back of the car, I'm going to start working my way from the front to the back and tightening things up, and just see if we get any kind of forward movement with this whole system. Well, all that tightening and straightening and farting around got us a little more real estate. It actually, I think, safely bought us enough here on the passenger side. I haven't tightened any of this down yet. We're still farting around here, kind of getting everything lined up tailpipe wise. The driver's side though is still questionable. I mean, the passenger side is, in all honesty, questionable too, but driver's side is extra questionable. And not only that, we are dealing with a tailpipe issue. This driver's side tailpipe is, 3/4 of an inch sticking out from the body line. Here we're just about flush, and that's a big no-no. Straight tailpipes matter, especially even ones, and straight, flat, you know, chase the body line type stuff. Give you a quick little look at things here. I think we made the best of, well, whatever you want to call this situation. Jeepers. You know, the part about all of this that makes my heart hurt the most is that folks enter into installing a kit like this on a Sunday afternoon on their driveway with basic hand tools because they're led to believe that this is just a quick and easy bolt-on. Well, you can see it's not, right? And even still, there's goofiness with it. Like, I'm really hoping that we have enough clearance here from diff to the start of these tailpipes. I mean, it's tight. Anyway, we are square, well, as square as everything will allow us to be. I mean, we are somewhat limited by how the hangers are welded on here and everything, but made the most of it. I'll have to get my fingerprints off of here. And overall, yeah, this LAR Performance H-pipe was a bit of a learning curve. I think we've ultimately got it figured out, but nice piece for sure. And yeah, I think this is gonna sound good. So next step, we'll drop this old girl down and give her the final rev and reveal of how it sounds. One of the final and most exciting pieces of this car adventures puzzle that we've been on is about to happen right now. We got wheels and tires, ladies and gents. Little ASMR. The only reason I know anything about that is my kids watch this stupid stuff on YouTube all the time. I don't even know what it is. I think it's something to do with cool videos with interesting, making interesting noises or something to that effect. Oh, this is really gonna set this old subtle coupe off. And the reason we are putting wheels and tires on this car, other than, you know, for the aesthetic side of things, but the tires that were on the original wheels were date coded 2019, I believe. I'm not a big fan of running tires that are like 5 years plus. I think you're on borrowed time at that point, old. So me and the owner of this little beauty discussed the situation, and I said, you know, for the price of 15-inch tires, you could probably justify to yourself a set of wheels and tires pretty much for the cost of just finding 15-inch tires. If anyone's wondering why I'm running the Ugga Dugga to do this, I've got 3 settings on this DeWalt deal. The first setting is what I just buzz these in on to kind of give them a little bit of a bump of towards tight, and set them where they want to sit square and nice, and then obviously drop the car and put the torque wrench on them. We've got the rear tire, right? This is kind of where everybody gets the most excited. Having some sort of hunk of meat out back is every gearhead's dream, right? Which I don't think we should have any clearance issues with these. They're, I think it's a 275/40, if I'm not mistaken. 275/40/17. Anyway, let's get this sticker off of here. Put this guy up there. Yep. Now we're a little close. Well, by a little, I mean probably, I don't know, more than half an inch. I don't even think that's worth giving it a little bump. Actually, here, you know what? I'll give you guys a look here. Let me get a light and you can see what I'm seeing. So, up front here, right, we got well over, I'd call that an inch probably. And that's an easy area for anyone wondering what I'm looking at. This is a real easy area to kind of manipulate over a little bit with a soft blow. And then up near the spring perch area there, you can see we got that's about the only other place that we're really close. Not really close, but I would say we're probably good. You know, I might manipulate this front corner a little bit. Right here. Do it before I bolt this on. Maybe we'll do a little body work. I'll show you what I'm doing here just so you get a sense of what's up and know that I'm not like beating this thing with a sledgehammer or anything. Might even be able to do this with a adjustable wrench. I don't know if I've ever mentioned anything about how an adjustable wrench can be like your best friend for pinch welds. All right, just adjust yourself in as wide as you need for the pinch weld. It'll work here too. And you can just kind of work this all in without causing too much grief. All these cars are a little different in that, you know, they were mass produced and slapped together, so you can have one car that doesn't have a little flared out area like this and the next one does. You never know. This is what's tricky when, you know, people go online and they're like, what tires and wheels will fit my car? And it's like, everybody gives their opinion, and through no fault of their own, maybe they do fit their car just fine. But then the next guy goes to buy the same set of wheels and tires, the same spec, offsets, everything, and lo and behold, they don't fit. And then they're going, well, why? They fit on this guy's car. Well, you never know what you're dealing with on these unibody shells. Does not take much to move this stuff. It's pretty thin tin. Okay, let's have a look. Much better. I'll just buzz a couple of wheel nuts on here so we're sitting nice and square, and then I'll give you guys a look, show you what we did. We got all kinds of room in there now. I didn't beat on that kind of spring perch area all that much. I would say, you know what, in all honesty, I might have not even moved it very much. Most of the movement happened right back here, just by bringing that edge over ever so slightly. But let's have a look at the back. We got a little, about the same, right? Half an inch between the tailpipe and the tire. But always good to check all this stuff out now, and before you get out on the road and get this thing buzzing down the highway and you end up tearing up one of your brand new expensive, in this case, Nittos, right? The old bird cleans up pretty good, hey? Betty White. New shoes, new, well, not lungs, but vocal cords, let's say. Dang. All right, we can't get too excited yet. We still got a little ways to go. So, other than test driving and shaking out any bugs that I may find after the work that we've done, up next we got a wheel alignment. Now, if you've been following along on the channel for a while, you would know that I did a video on the Quick Trick Alignment DIY kit a little while back. And this essentially here, what's inside here, and these plates was the old version. Now, they've updated this version to a laser kit. And they were kind enough to send me over a little bit of a beta version of that. Now, other than opening this box, I have not been in here. Oh my. This is fancy stuff. Okay, first things first. We are going to put our Unreal ball bearing swivel plates under the tires. Now, typically, I guess you just pull in and drive on top of these, but I guess I'm cheating a little bit and using my belly jack to get these in place. You just want to, they're actually quite heavy too. I use these things all the time for other stuff too, because well, it quite literally just gives you the ability to freewheel both front tires in whatever direction you want with like minimal effort. Right, so from what I understand with the new supplied hardware of the 6th gen Quick Trick alignment kit, they've essentially just simplified the whole process in that you used to have to put your front wheel bars together. It was this kind of T system. I'll link the old video for you to give you an idea as to what it is that I'm referring to in maybe a more explanatory format. But it was more of a T system that had these measuring, like tape measure style, swing out wing devices. And they've taken and simplified all that into this guy right here, which is fully adjustable for any and all wheel sizes. And you get these aluminum threaded, well, they're like little hooks essentially, right? That if you have a wheel, say a steel wheel that you're not worried about scarring up too much, these will hook over top of your wheel. In my case, we don't have a lot of ability to hook, nor do we really want to, because these are a nice polished edge on these wheels. So they supply you with these rubber caps to go over top of the hooks, and then you can sprawl yourself out between, well, you kind of pick your poison. Now in my case, I was going to go inside here. This is going to be different for every wheel, obviously, but I think what I'm going to do is go outside here on this outer lip of these new 10 holes. So we'll drop that guy in there. And what we've got to do here is get this in here vertically. Oh. Okay. So we're not too worried about where it's sitting yet, because we need to make sure that this is vertically square to the hoist and everything. So what we're going to do, we'll just lock all this down, okay? Which, well, it almost holds itself, but in order to hold it fully, we're going to bungee cord this guy with the supplied bungee cords. And all this is really doing for us is just holding this thing sucked up tight against the wheel, right? Now this 6th gen kit does come supplied with a level, but my old 5th gen kit came with 2 levels. So I now have 3. All that said, what we're going to do is zero this level out on my hoist. Okay, so that's going to be our 0 mark. This is actually one of the really slick parts about these two, is they beep at you when you hit like 90, 0, all that good stuff. So now we'll throw him on there. Okay, so we are 87. They actually give you a little arrow for which way to turn yourself to get to your 90. 90, boom. Okay. I'm going to bolt our level to our vertical bar. There we go. And we want this level to be 90 degrees. All right, we're all rigged up here. We're 90 degrees to our bar. We're flush with the wheel. Everything's nice and tight. We're going to take our caster measurement. So we're going to mark our plate with a dry erase marker. We're going to mark the 0 on these magnetic degree marking points here that are supplied on your plates. And now we're going to swing our wheel in board 20 degrees. Okay, we're going to 0. Now we're going to swing outward 20 degrees. And we've got a measurement of 2.3. Now you're supposed to take this measurement of 2.3, take out your calculator. We got to multiply it by 1.5. We have a caster measurement of 3.45. All right, our camber is pretty easy to get going here. So what we're going to do is take our level off of here. We're going to take it and put this in front of the wheel, essentially giving us a reference point for what our wheel is flat up against. So we're going to put this in front of our wheel. We're going to 0 it. We got our 0. And then we're going to take it and put it up against our bar. So our camber, jeepers, like we are absolutely no camber. If I was anywhere else in the world right now, this would not be a good thing. But because we're using the laser capabilities of this 6th gen quick trick alignment tool, this is a great thing. And let me tell you folks, this is 1,000 times better than the old string method in the 5th gen system. This makes your life super easy and very, very quick to set up. So just to give you an idea of what's going on here is, there we go. Okay, we got our 0. So leveled that out, obviously mounted my rig to the back here, mounted my laser and made sure that it is horizontal. And then what you do here is, using these laser lines that are provided for you, you take your measurement. Let me see if I can move you up here. So pick your point on your tire. Ideally, it's somewhere in the middle. These Nitos are pretty slick in that they've got this dead center rib. So essentially what I'm doing here, I should show you guys from this vantage point actually. I'm throwing my tape measure, so I've got my horizontal and my vertical line on my tape, and I get my measurement of 9 inches and 1/8. 9 1/8 inches. So that's my front measurement. And then move you back a little bit. We're going to take our rear measurement in a similar manner. And I am 9 1/8. So I have no toe whatsoever. And well, for an adjustment, we're going to actually toe this guy in a little bit, but yeah, like that's it. Drag your tape measure out, use your laser line, and boom, there's your measurement, front and rear. Do your other side and you're off to the races. This has quite literally taken me, I don't know, and I'm learning as I go here too, because this system is brand new to me, but maybe taken me, I don't know, 20 minutes to do an alignment, at least to check everything, right? It'll take me a little messing around to break loose my tie rod ends here and change things slightly, but yeah, very, very slick system. I am very impressed. Man, this thing's like driving butter. Well, the new exhaust sounds lovely. She's not feeling like an old waterbed. Struts and shocks are doing their job. Let her get up to temp here and see what we're dealing with. Our first test here is going to be the train tracks. If you guys remember from our initial adventure in old Betty White here, she didn't handle the train tracks too well. Like I was saying, AC blows cold, horn works. Okay, suspension's maybe a little tired. There we go. Oh my God! What a concept! Oh, the old girl's got a whole new sound to her. Jeez, folks, what a treat this car is. We're tracking straight, the alignment worked. Let's see what else. We got rid of the smog pump and all that jazz, right? Thermactor, plumbing, headers, off-road H, Flowmasters. We got the 4G alternator on there. I tested that. That thing's whatever, scooting along at 14.7 plus volts. Take her down the highway here, see how these new wheels and tires are. Changed all the fluids in it. I mean, this thing, it's almost crazy how quickly it steers now with just fresh fluid in it. There's that sound we all know and love. Smells like new parts too. Smell the gaskets all seating and heating up. AC's blowing ice cold. Man, this thing is just such a treat. You can cruise down the road in this thing. Dead quiet. Well, I'm in 5th gear. Now this has a set of 308 gears in it. 5th gear. 60, 65 mile an hour, about 1600 RPM. I ain't yelling at you guys by any means. You know, you get this thing up around the 2100, 2200 kind of drone area. You know what? You know there's something underneath her, right? She's got some mufflers. And if you get into it, this car is such a beauty. The owner, I keep going on and on about this, keep telling him, I'm like, man, you really nailed it with this car. He was worried that he might have got something that, you know, maybe have been through the ringer or around the block too many times. This car is just like chef's kiss. Oh my goodness. You could drive this thing across the country, no questions asked. Betty White, you've stolen my heart.